to know that this room matters. Up. Okay, seems loud. So again, I just want to thank everybody who's here, who's watching online. Conversation matters. I want to thank Daniel Mercury and his wife and his entire team for... And your sister.
We can't hear you. So you can just be talking to the wind. But maybe you should talk to the server, and it isn't because of background noise. Okay, as long as you're working it out. I have faith.
Again, thank you to Daniel and everybody who's here today. Thank you to Sandy and Mark who made this event space possible.
Tonight is about something far bigger than politics. It's about accountability and transparency. And most importantly, it's about the children and families. Before I became a journalist, I was a mother trying to navigate the very system we're here to discuss tonight. Like many families in this room, I reported abuse. I sought help through the courts, through law enforcement, and public officials. And like so many others, I encountered a system that at times did not function as it exists on paper. My experience didn't just change my life, it changed my purpose. I didn't go looking for this work. It found me.
Amen.
I became an investigative journalist because I lived this. And through this work, I began to see something bigger than one case. Patterns. Patterns in how cases are handled, patterns in how evidence is treated, patterns in how families describe their experiences, not just here in Orange County, but across California and across the entire nation. Tonight is not about one side versus the other. It's not about mothers versus fathers. It's about one question. Are our systems working the way that they are intended to work for children, for families, and victims of abuse?
No.
And for justice? Correct.
At least I'm listening.
And if they're not, which we know they're not, what are we going to do about it?
Fix it.
This is why we're here tonight, to have a real conversation and ask real questions. Thank you for being here.
Hello everybody, my name is Matt Kennedy, one of the moderators. Thank you for the invitation to be a part of this tonight. What we'd like to do is also introduce Sandy, who's helped us with the facility, and I would like to pass the microphone so you can introduce your group, please.
Thank you for coming, everybody. We appreciate taking time out for this. Drew and I hosted and sponsored this together, so we're hoping that it will be advantageous for our cause. Right now I'm going to introduce, for 2 minutes each, the people that I work with and I've been working with for the past decade. We're going to talk to Rick Sear. He has founded C. It's a 501 for probate court. We're also going to talk to Carrie Kasem. I don't know who's old enough. I don't. My niece doesn't know who Casey Kasem is. Carrie Kasem's his daughter, and she had a similar experience in probate court, so she has Kasem Cares. And then we're going to talk to Diane Diamond. She's a decorated author. I have her book on the back if you want to take a picture. It's a world of information for the probate court. She interviewed hundreds of families and did 4 years of investigation, and you can catch her on IDTV and Crime Television. So my husband's going to go ahead and zoom them in, and they'll each say a couple words. I do want to lastly say that the reason that we're joining with family court and probate court more and more is there's power in numbers, and the truth of the matter is that the corruption is the same. So it's a different court, it's a different kids, disability kids, parents, and then you've got elderly, dementia, but it's all for profit. So the corruption's the same. So I want to make sure everybody understands that.
Is it my turn?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Diane Diamond. I'm an investigative reporter, and I'm here to talk to you about this thing called, in your state of California, conservatorship. In most of the rest of the country, it's called guardianship. And I'm here to tell you, after investigating it for 8 years before writing this book about the topic, it is widely used as a predatory system to systematically take money from unsuspecting people. Many of them are incapacitated people, but many of them are not. Yet they're put into this court-ordered system. Let me just tell you quickly how it works. Anyone, can go to a lawyer and say, write up a petition, I want so-and-so guardianized or conserved. The lawyer will write it up, oftentimes with exaggerations, or might I say lies, about dysfunctional family members, etc. And the judge who gets that petition says, oh, this person needs protection, all right? They are in temporary conservatorship or guardianship, and it almost always turns into permanent. What does that mean? It means this targeted person is now a ward of the court, and listen to this, they lose all their constitutional rights. They have no right to due process. The judge probably hasn't even seen them before they were guardianized or conserved. They have lost the right to sign a contract, to spend their own money, to decide where they're going to live, who their doctors are going to be, what medications they take, and in most states they can't vote anymore. Now, does this sound like the America you want to live in? Not me. In the state of California, there are tens of thousands of people who are living under this court-ordered kind of life. Now, guardianships can be a good thing. Family members routinely ask to have permission for legal representation of their loved one, but more and more judges are not appointing those lovely, loving family members to be the guardian. They're appointing a for-profit professional to take over all of life's decisions for a complete stranger. They have no idea what the Lord wants out of life. It's happening across the country all the time. How many people? I can't tell you, and nobody can tell you, because not one state bothers to keep track of how many people have had their constitutional rights taken away like this. There's no database, but my research tells me about 2 million people, and right there in your state, Britney Spears was one of them. 2 million people are living under court law with no constitutional rights, and every year in this country, state courts confiscate from these wards of the court at least $50 billion in assets, and all of those assets are put in the name of a guardian, a family member sometimes, but sometimes a complete stranger. Again, tens of thousands of people in California, millions of family members across the country have been affected by this, and the lawmaker who can make a difference, who can say, this has to stop. There has to be transparency in this system.
Thank you.
Will win the hearts and minds.
Thank you for your words.
Across the country.
Sandy, next
I
guest.
don't have a lot of time, but thank you very much. And if you want to know more, I wrote a whole book about it. We're here to help when guardianship goes wrong. Thanks.
Hey, Rick and Karen, can you guys speak as loud as you can? Because it's still not loud enough. Just kind of shout.
That's very
Great. Okay. Hi, I'm Carrie Kasem. Is this loud enough? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, you're right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I've been fighting, guardianship, conservatorship, predators for a very long time. And what I see and what the main problem is, and for the people who don't know me, my father went through this case, the case of, I didn't even know this was a thing until this hit me and my family, and I started getting letters, emails, people finding me on social media, please help me, I don't have enough money for an attorney, I don't know what to do, I can't see mom, I can't see dad, and I knew I had to do something about it, and Rick Black has been amazing. Diane, you've been incredible. That book of hers, if you want to, I'm telling you, This is the book you need to read, and this needs to be passed down to not only your parents, to the kids, so people know exactly what to look for, the red flags, what's going on. But this is a major epidemic in the United States of America, not just California. Case of Cares, my nonprofit, we've got 2 bills passed, and it's still not enough. Unfortunately, when bills roll through, the Senate, the lower house, the upper house, they get watered down. They get so watered down, it's like, it's frustrating because you want to help these people, and there's very little. Now, it doesn't mean they don't work, because there are bills, and because there is something that a child can take and say, look, I know my rights, I can see mom or dad, and sometimes it will actually give them visitation, but we need more of these bills. And when we get these bills passed, we need the judges to comply with them. And that's been a huge problem. We can get all these laws passed. We have laws passed in 22 states at this point. But when judges don't comply, when judges don't use the law, it doesn't matter. And they've spent 10 years doing this or more. I know Rick has, Diane. We all have, there's so many advocates on. I can't see who's on, but I know
20 seconds.
So many of us boots on the ground trying to get this done. And what we really need are laws that push the judges to actually use them. And that's very, very important. I know I have 2 minutes, but yeah, somebody like you're saying, Diane, we need somebody out there who's really going to take this on, take it seriously, and say we are going to protect families out there. And we are going to look at the predatory guardians and conservators who are doing this to people, and create laws that don't allow it anymore. It's very, very important. It is so sad how many letters I still get, how many letters Rick get. Rick and I are working right now for trying to get a federal law passed along with Angelique Fawcett. So we are working really hard to do something, but it's been locked up in D.C. So the state level is still where it's at, and we can do more in California. I know it, and I don't think I have more time. I wish I did, but I'm still here. I'm still in the game, and I'm still willing to do what it takes to change the laws in state by state.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Rick Black. I'm the executive director of SEER. I want to thank Mark and Sandy Kobianki. Sandy's the regional coordinator for SEER there in Southern California. And their club for this session. Most of all, I want to thank the candidates, the grassroots candidates who are here in attendance tonight, the gubernatorial candidates, because they've made court reform a priority in the state of California, which is way overdue. That the state was first exposed in 1987 with an Associated Press investigation of 2,200 boards. It was again embarrassed in 2005 when the Los Angeles Times wrote an earth-shattering investigative report on issues in the state, and was again embarrassed in 2021 when the world became aware that celebrity entertainer Britney Spears had been in an involuntary and unnecessary conservatorship for the previous 13 years. We need
1 minute, please.
Elected officials in Sacramento that are speaking on behalf of the public instead of their self-serving interests. So if I can ask the people who took the time out to come to Lake Forest and listen to the candidates tonight, vote for them, get them in office. Also,
30 seconds.
Your county commissioners, your state senators, and assembly persons, because they have let you down. Today, after 40 years of exposure, Californians are routinely being exploited by predatory attorneys who own the ground in your probate courts. We've got to speak out. This is a California constituent priority, and I just hope tonight everyone is motivated to make this a priority in Sacramento.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words.
I can't find, I'm sorry, I can't find the other sheet. I can't find it.
Sandy, do you have a fourth speaker coming in?
You're not showing up on my Zoom. I apologize.
He sent it to the same way that he sent these forms. I don't know if that guy, if he's confused or what.
Well, we're going to go ahead and keep moving forward with the event. If he's able to get it to work later, just let us know, okay? Thank you. Folks, I'd just like to once again welcome anybody who's come in the last few minutes. Welcome to the Unveiled and the Uncensored, investigating family courts and probate courts. So we appreciate everybody for coming. I'd like to introduce you to my co-moderator, Mr. Adam Vina.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Vina. I guess just going to introduce myself. So, I'm from LA County. I lost my son Aiden 5 years ago to family court. His mother started to transition him at 2 years old to be a girl. I spoke out against it, and at 3 years old is when I had lost basically full custody of Aiden. Aiden now is 7, getting ready to be 8 years old. He goes by a girl's name. He's got long hair, wears dresses, uses the girls' restroom, has she, her pronouns, and I have zero contact with Aiden. And that was pretty much through the courts. They felt that I was the abuser that I didn't understand, and I was stripped from Aiden 5 years ago. So I got him tattooed on my arm, and they had me on a 5-year restraining order, not because I was violent, but because I basically said in a group of text messages, he's a boy, not a girl, and boys don't wear dresses. And they were able to use that as harassment to her, and which got me put on the TRO. And then finally, 3 years later, they were able to do the 5-year restraining order on me. So I will be under an 8-year restraining order till 2028. My attorney feels that they're going to hit me with another 5-year and wait till Aiden is 18 years old. And at 12 years old in California, they can start him on puberty blockers. The number one puberty blocker in the state of California is Lupron, which is taxpayers funded. It's $43,000 through the insurance company. That will start to stunt Aiden's puberty at 12. We have a lot of young kids that are on this drug. We have a lot of young ladies that have had healthy body parts removed. Chloe Cole, Laura Becker. I've met with a lot of detransitioners, and a lot of these medications that they put these kids on are irreversible. Bone loss, seizures. They'll never be able, some of these young ladies will never be able to give birth when they detransition because these medications that they give these girls and boys is irreversible. So whatever the politicians are telling you that they can come back, they can't come back. Once they get put on these medications, they are destroyed. So, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Thank you. Thanks for fighting and hanging in there. My name is Matt Kennedy. I'm just a freedom fighter. It's not really about me. I have been fighting against crimes against children and families and all the tyranny in California. I was in DC on J6. I've ever since the lockdowns, I just want to stay committed to the fight in this avenue of fighting against crimes against children, families within the legal and the court system. I'm passionate about that. So thank you for inviting me. The Daniel Mercury's team invited me, and we have Louis Herms who's coming in to speak tonight. We also have Elaine Kalani, all gubernatorial candidates. I also want to introduce you to our Board of Supervisor candidates. Okay. Lucy Velma, Board of Supervisors, District 5, Kim Davis, Board of Supervisors, District 2. Thank you for joining with us, ladies. I really appreciate your coming. I'm going to go over just real briefly the rules of conduct. Now, before we begin, just a few quick things. So it's a nonpartisan event. So no matter where you're at on the political spectrum, all of these topics pretty much pertain to everybody. So we're here for a dialogue, not division. So just want to make that clear. So no personal attacks towards candidates, towards organizations, or any attendees. No shouting from the audience, please. If you have a question, we can get to you and get you a microphone. But please respect time limits. We're going to be on a strict schedule. Panelists, when you're here and you get a question, we need you to please give a 2-minute response. We ask everybody to please remain respectful, focused, and solutions oriented. There are snacks and refreshments over in the corner. There's petitions to recall OC judges that are left on the left side of the room, and then OC registered voters may sign that petition. So serious conversation, we tend to keep it that way. So I can have the gubernatorial candidates please join us up on the stage, and we're going to start some questions.
Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight.
Oh, and we have Greta Solorzano. Thank you for joining with us, Greta. Okay. So we're first going to ask these questions for Board of Supervisors. We'll go ahead and start with Lucy here to my left. This one, it pertains to oversight and funding. Okay?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we were going to have the opportunity to introduce ourselves and say a little bit about ourselves before we get into the question.
We don't need to know.
Is that true?
We don't need to know. We know who you are.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Julie. So go ahead and I'll start the microphone here, and then we'll go to the left.
Thank you so much for coming. My name is Lucy Velma. I'm a teacher, a school principal of over 23 years, and my son was legally kidnapped by family court. However, the state of California gives me teaching credentials to supervise and be in charge of an entire school of children. I'm still teaching and an educator, and the fact that I can't have custody of my son doesn't make any sense at all. He's been medically abused, emotionally and psychologically. And as I look out in the audience, I see so many other parents. The same pattern has occurred with their children as well. It's just absolutely devastating that the most vulnerable individuals in our society, children, and of course the elderly in probate court, are being abused and decimated. And those of us that are protective parents are losing everything financially and everything we have to fight to save our children that are being abused. Thank you.
I'm Daniel Mercury, running for California governor. So this is my fourth campaign, third gubernatorial race. I've been all over the state. I've been to about 247 cities. You know, the strain, the pain, the anxiety that people are feeling up and down the state is very real, it's very heavy. And it's just one of those things that a lot of people don't know what to do. the judicial branch is corrupt, the legislature keeps drafting egregious legislation, the executors pretty much point the finger and blame everybody else, and nobody gets anything done. And all of us sort of suffer at the hands of their lack of accountability. And so I've spent a very long time. June is my 7-year mark. And I've given out over 1,000 free copies of my book. It's not about the money, it's about waking up the people and fighting back. So at the end of the day, I'm not running because I want to be your leader, I'm running because I want to be your servant. They're not your leaders, they're your servants. And one of the most primary things, and I'll end on this one, is that I'm tired of no one's going to jail. I don't see anybody being prosecuted. We don't see any indictments. And we wonder why nothing changes. That's why. Because these egregious individuals that are still sitting in office are being permitted and allowed to continue to do what they're doing. At the end of the day, I want that to stop. Thank you.
My name is Louis Herms, running for governor of California. Well, I've been called the we the people guy, the anti-politician. I'll take it, but I'm going to take my time right now because God spoke to me right before I came on. It's not about me. It's going to be about the elephants in the room or not in the room. And we need to talk about this. So 2 major candidates on the Republican Party were invited here and bowed out. But you know who's not here, who will not be here, and who's dodging all of this? The mainstream media. Right? And frankly, it's offensive. Because I can tell you, regardless of your party affiliation, but the NPP independent votes are 30%.
Yes, they are.
And the Republicans are only 24%. So this now is a call to action. It's a call to action to you. It's a call to action to everybody working and watching. We won't take it anymore. We cannot take it anymore. We must demand that all of these candidates, many are much better than the selected. They have to have the opportunity. We have to have the opportunity. We, the people, must have the opportunity to hear the voices.
Amen.
It's time for everybody to step up and demand this, because nothing is going to be fixed when we're in the middle of a selection process, not an election process.
I second what Louis said. Oh my gosh, this sounds sweet. I actually wrote to CNN. Why is this? Okay. I actually wrote to CNN because I wanted to be in the panel. Each and every one of us brings something special and unique. So I am not a politician. I am a scientist running for governor of California to make California affordable again. And we're going to do that, and we're going to talk a lot about this. One is holding the government accountable. The second one is ending corruption. And the third one is to bring revenues and jobs back to California. So my goal is to invest in a water and energy infrastructure. We definitely need that to lower the cost of food, housing, and energy, which is paramount to the future of this beautiful state. My name is Greta Solorzano. I am the daughter of 2 immigrants. I was born in San Francisco, California. I grew up in Managua, Nicaragua. I I came back to the United States. I attended University of California, Berkeley, and I graduated with a degree in nuclear engineering. My strong point is infrastructure. I have worked for 30 years in the water and energy infrastructure, anywhere from solar to nuclear. And my goal is to work together with MPPs, with Republicans and Democrats, to bring revenues back to California. 70% of our crude oil is imported. 40% of our refined oil is imported. 90% of our fertilizer is imported. We need to start working towards that and bring those billions of dollars back into California.
Thank you. I'm going to go and switch the microphones.
Nothing about CPS, nothing about children.
Hi. Do I have a reverb?
No.
I'm Elaine Colati. I am running for governor of California, and I'm an NPP. It still sounds crazy. Okay.
But we can hear
You sound good.
You're good.
You sound good out here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we heard you on there, too.
Listen, first of all, I am in a great group here. I've gotten to know the other people that are running. And this is important to me to say before we get into child services and transitioning children and probate, we are in an emergency, and he is right, it's a call to action. What is happening is, and I'm going to try to explain it in the easiest way I can. In order for a candidate to get onto a debate stage, there has to be a poll, and these are called media polls, and there are a lot of them. Media polls are put together by Democrats. They're put together by DNC, they're put together by Act Blue, and the reason that media polls are put together that way is as you've seen, most of these big debates have a media partner. And the media partners are CBS, Democrats, NBC, Democrats, and this is a bipartisan meeting, so this is just the facts. CNN, Democrats, they do their own polling. On the poll, they list the number of the candidates that they want you to vote on. What do you think about this candidate? What do you think about that candidate? What do you think about this candidate? None of these people, including me, are ever in the poll. They are just Democrats and the 2 or 3 leading Republicans. They have to put the Republicans because it's called equal time, but we do not qualify for equal time somehow, and that is because
15 seconds.
California views California as a 2-party state. When you hear that they have polled independents, what they mean is they sent out a poll and they asked independent voters who they wanted. They did not poll any independent candidates. And so we are stuck in a cycle that we cannot get out of. And there is not free time. And I urge all of you to contact your local network and say MPPs are 23% registered. That is 1 point different than Republicans. We are not
Thank you.
a non-party.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kimberly Davis, and I am running for Board of Supervisors for the 2nd District. I'm so excited to be here tonight. I'm an Air Force veteran, I'm a mom, and I'm a federal analyst. My son was taken from me. I think it's like a...
All right. My son was taken from me a year ago by the family courts in Orange County. And once that happened, I said, no more. No, none of this is going to happen to families anymore. I'm your change agent. When I get voted in for 2nd District Supervisor, they're going to hate to see me coming because I'm honest. I lead with integrity. And the first thing I'm going to do is start exposing the programs and the people that are behind this corruption. Amen. Our children and our families are suffering. It's been too long that this has been going on, and it needs to stop immediately. The most important thing for you guys to do is get out and register to vote.
That's right.
And vote when you guys are needed to vote, June 2nd or before, during the mail-in, but vote please, because this is an opportunity to create change, and we're here to create this change for you. I'm gonna make sure whatever I say I'm gonna do it. When I'm elected in, you're gonna say, what is happening? And they're gonna say, Kimberly Davis is now in the House.
Amen.
And I'm ready. And they know, I'm telling you, they're going to hate to see me coming. I am your change agent. I've worked for the federal for 15 years, so I know what I'm doing. I have a master's degree in business and a master's in educational counseling. So I have knowledge, I have experience, and I'm ready. So please get out and vote and get us in office so you guys can start seeing change happening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, candidates. So in this first section, we're going to focus on the Board of Supervisors to start, okay? And these questions pertain to oversight and funding in your districts. So we're going to start with Lucy Velma. How would you use the board's authority over funding to increase accountability and transparency in CPS and related systems?
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Speak loud. Okay.
No.
Thank you so much for being here. Like Kimberly said too, I've gone through schooling as well, 2 master's, 3 credentials in education, and I really want to see the system working for the children. And right now, it is a very broken system. I really wanted to see one that the children are assisted in any way that they can. And currently, when I call CPS, they immediately take down the information as an educator, since I'm a mandated reporter. So there is funding. However, when I called CPS on my son's abuse, and other individuals had called it in, it was information only. So it needs to improve. There needs to be accountability. To be able to hold these agencies accountable. The funding is there. As we all know, you cannot take your way out of tyranny. And we cannot reform it. If you think of the Holocaust, were we able to reform the Holocaust? What about slavery? It cannot be reformed. We can put some safeguards. The Constitution.
Amen.
And any system that's not abiding by the Constitution needs to be abolished.
Yes.
30 seconds.
The Board of Supervisors has an amazing opportunity, has a powerful tool with its budget, and the taxpayer dollars should never be utilized and be unaccounted for. This is what we will be able to do. We can't change the judicial decisions, but we have the power to ensure where the funding is going, what agencies are being funded, and being able to request that accountability and transparency. So our children are not being abused, like my son has been abused, and countless other families where their kids have been abused. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Davis, I'm going to repeat the question back to you.
Excuse me, I have Danielle Pollock on the Zoom. I couldn't get her on previously.
And we're going to keep moving forward. If she could stand by for a few more minutes, please. Okay, question for you. How would you use the board's authority over funding to increase accountability and transparency in the CPS and other related systems?
Oh, is it? Okay. So first day in office, I'm going to create a public dashboard. This public dashboard is going to be a real-time system. First day I'm going in, task force. We're going to audit programs, and we're going to know where these money is going. If there is any misappropriation of funds, that program funding is withdrawn and be relocated to a program that it needs. So accountability is needed, because if there's any type of corruption,
on holding those individuals accountable. Federally charged accountability. And then, like I said, oversight. There needs to be oversight for these programs because they're going unchecked now. They're able to behave any type of way because there's no one they're answering to. And they should be answering the public because these seats are given by the public. Okay, so we work for you guys. That's why I'm going to have a one-stop shop for District 2. You go in there, you're able to find out how audit is going, where money is going, and I'm actually going to do it where we find out, like I said, percentage-wise, what is happening in CPS, in family courts. Whoever is getting county funds, we will know where that money's going. And that's the whole thing now. There's a lot of money that's going to personal use instead of going to the public, instead of going to the children, instead of going to the families. And then I'm going to create policy changes.
20 seconds.
Because these kids should have never been taken from families that reported abuse because they want to get money off their backs. No more. So oversight and accountability from Kimberly Davis and the District 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and bring the attention back to the other side of the room. We have somebody that was able to connect to the live stream and we want to hear from. Thank you.
Go ahead, Danielle. Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Danielle Pollock. I'm the policy manager at the National Family Violence Law Center at GW Law in Washington, D.C. And I'm also a co-founder of National Safe Parents Organization, which is a grassroots national organization to bring together advocacy on family court reform in a very sort of targeted way. About 10 years ago, I began working in a concerted way on trying to reform the country's family court laws, the statutes that dictate what family courts must do. And in 2022, working together with legal scholar Professor Joan Meyer and some others, we developed a federal law that became part of the Violence Against Women Act and was enacted by Congress. And that law is Title 15. It's called Keeping Children Safe from Family Violence. And it targets some of the key systemic failures that we keep seeing in family courts everywhere across counties and states and countries, really. Same kind of failures. Courts not looking and considering domestic violence evidence seriously, not admitting it into the courts. The law requires that they do that when they're making custody decisions. There's a lack of proper training. They've been mistrained into junk science theories.
30 seconds.
Their training is limited or none on child abuse and family violence, so the law requires that. It prohibits people from testifying on abuse as experts if they're not actual experts and they're holding forth pseudoscientific concepts instead. And it prohibits courts from ordering kids to reunification treatments that are harmful and not, valid.
Thank you very much.
We created this federal law as kind of a blueprint or a map for states to adopt. And so that's the work we're doing. We have 11 states that have adopted it so far. And I co-developed the National Safe Parents Organization to kind of bring together
Thank you very much.
advocacy and people who have been subjected to these courts. So I invite you to join us. We have monthly public meetings.
Thank you.
We'll talk about the policies and the work.
Thank you, Danielle.
Yep, thank you.
Lucy, the next question is going to be, would you support an independent audit of CPS and county programs?
If we want real accountability with CPS and other county programs, we cannot rely solely on these agencies to ensure that the funding gets utilized appropriately. We've seen independent audits are necessary and critical so we can be able to ensure that they are used appropriately. Like I mentioned, the problems need to be identified and fixed, because right now when I call CPS as a parent, they say it's information only, and that funding doesn't get utilized to investigate the child abuse. We should formally require them independent audits, and not just internal, but also third party, because we can always do our internal, but I can pay, Mr. Joe over here to make sure that it looks official. But if we have that third party audit, we can ensure that those audits are legitimate. The children are being helped. The board will define the scope clearly, where the policies are existing, and see that they're being followed. Because right now they are not. The funding is going elsewhere. $11 million the Board of Supervisors has in its possession, and they're dispersing them to CPS. Billion. Audit findings should be presented publicly on a dashboard, or it should be. We should be able to ensure that the public can trust us. If we say
30 seconds.
Follow it. But the audits need to be important, internal and external. We need to ensure. Without that, without those reports, they're going to be sitting on a shelf. They're not going to do anyone any good. We need to ensure that the children are protected, the funding is used appropriately. We need to bring in the Attorney General to monitor this compliance, because the law is not being followed. Judges are refusing to enforce the Constitution. This is why children are
Thank you, Lucy.
why parents are persecuted. Thank you.
All right, same question.
Would you support an independent audit of the CPS and county programs?
So, yes, I will support an independent audit of CPS and any program that is taking county money. First day in office, I'm bringing out a task force who are going to go and knock on these doors and find out where money is going to, what's happening to these children, what are happening to these families. We're going to go out, audit. Within 90 days, I'm going to have on this public dashboard that I'm going to create for District 2, I'm going to have the results of these audits. So that's how fast I'm going to work. But I'm going to work diligently, and I'm going to get a team that's competent and that knows what they're doing when they go in, and they know how to ask the questions. Because we're going to find out if there's any dummy accounts, if there's accounts that are money going to an address that is not even, there, nobody's living there. We want to find out if there's really programs that money are going to, because this has to stop. The corruption in Orange County is so rampant, and that's because there hasn't been any type of audit. There hasn't been any answers to the public. You guys want answers? Have you guys gotten them? Because the current incumbents they don't feel like you guys deserve an answer. That's the whole thing now, is this is a public job, and I'm working for the public, okay? So I'm going to go in, I'm going to find out these answers, and we're going to create change. And so, yes, I do support independent audit, and the audit, if it's independent, I'm actually going to do one too within my team, so that way we know how to present things to the community. And also with District 2, I'm going to provide training to the public, because that's another thing. The public doesn't know how to write a letter to their constituents, how to file complaints, how to reach out to people. So I will provide additional training and information after this audit and after we clean up this mess. Thank you.
All right, we're going to come back to you, Lucy. The next question for you, it pertains to CPS, foster care, and social services, okay? We're going a little bit out of order. We're just trying to conserve time and just hit the most important questions from what we can see, okay? Okay, I'm going to ask you right now. Are you ready? Okay. How would you ensure CPS responds appropriately to credible abuse reports, not only severe physical injury cases?
All right. Ensuring CPS responds appropriately to the reports that are being filed. It is so critical. Every report must be taken seriously, not just information only, without delay. We need to ensure it needs to be urgent and it needs to be fair and it needs to be acted upon. Because right now information only isn't enough. Our kids are getting abused repeatedly through this process. We need to improve training for these investigators, whether social workers or the police officers go out, whether it's a domestic violence situation or it's abuse, neglect, on how to identify trauma, the coercive control, domestic violence, and strengthen the cross-reporting. Right now, sometimes CPS does not talk to law enforcement, and sometimes they do, and they're colluding with each other. We need to streamline the process, transparency and accountability, and making sure that credible abuse is documented and reported. And there's evidence to substantiate the abuse. Because right now in family court, I was falsely accused. I could have lost my teaching credentials. It was not investigated. And finally, when the 730 was came about, they said, oh, she did nothing wrong, but we'll still take her child away from her. There's false allegations that are not being investigated. This is why protective parents are having their children removed. And they're not going to the abuser and seeing if there's previous domestic violence or if there's additional
30
reports.
seconds.
So we need to ensure that the abuse reports are credible and that they're investigated to ensure that protective parents are not persecuted while abusers are rewarded. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Davis, how would you ensure CPS responds appropriately to credible abuse reports, not only severe physical injury cases?
Yes, that's the whole thing now is our kids either have to be bloody or near death for CPS to do anything. Right now, CPS is a joke. When you report any type of abuse, it should be taken seriously. It doesn't matter if it's physical, emotional, psychological, because psychological is happening to these kids. Coercive abuse is happening to these kids, to narcissistic parents. So it needs to be where, again, like Lucy said, it needs to be streamlined. These CPS workers need to be working with the police, and they need to be working with the DA. The DA's office, they don't even prosecute abuse. If there's something where there's a report to CPS and it should be investigated to where then the person who is actually committing the abuse actually is held accountable. That's the whole thing now. There hasn't been any type of accountability to these abusers. And they keep abusing our children. Because why? Because no one is doing anything. That's why I'm standing up and I'm going to do something. Because I know these children and these elder adults are counting on us. They're counting on us. They are like looking around like, what is happening? My son, and I can't go into it, but he's like, Mommy, are you helping me? And I'm saying, yes, baby, I'm here. I'm going to fight for you, and I'm going to fight for other families. And I'm going to make sure there's oversight in CPS, so that way they know they need to give answers to the parents and to the public. So oversight and accountability to these programs, and clean it up, because CPS, again, right now is a joke, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to you, Velma. I'm sorry, Lucy Velma. The question is it's regarding task forces and coordination. What steps would you take to improve coordination between CPS, law enforcement, and the courts?
First, we should establish a clear protocols to ensure that the family case does not delay law enforcement action to come out and investigate, and the conduct between CPS and when they're relaying information back and forth. Secondly, we can strengthen the coordination between the agencies. So information is shared appropriately, because right now it gets lost in translation. Third, we should invest in training. It's important. Officers and investigators need clear guidance in handling overlap cases, such as abuse, domestic violence, coercive control. Some of these individuals, professionals, are not well versed in dealing with the trauma between the children, the trauma they're enduring from physical, sexual abuse, and emotional trauma that they're going through, as well as the parents when they lose their child. Finally, we can make it easier for families to report concerns and understand the options when they report that abuse, because currently parents are afraid, deathly afraid of reporting abuse, because they are retaliated against. And they have heard too many cases where parents go to court, protective parents, and they say, my child's been abused by the other parent, and immediately custody is split and their child continues to go to the abuser. We need to, when systems work together, families are safer and justice is better served. Thank you.
Okay, same question. What steps would you take to improve coordination between CPS, law enforcement, and the courts?
With the task force, right?
With task force, yes.
Okay, so first day again in office, I'm creating the task force. Task force are individuals that are educated and knowledgeable in these fields. And that's why when we have these task force go in and find out what is happening in these programs, I'm going to make sure that communication is happening. So when these task force go out and find out what's happening in CPS and any type of program that's getting county money, we're going to hold meetings weekly, because then we're going to say, okay, what policy changes need to happen? What needs to be done to get things moving in this county? This county is so backwards where if a parent is scared to report abuse because they're in fear that their child is going to be taken from them, it's ridiculous. That should never happen to any parent, if they're mandated or not mandated. Okay, because we want to make sure our children are protected. It's simple. I don't know why, like I said, current incumbents make it where it's so difficult, like, oh, we can't help you, we can't do this. I know how to put pressure on people, okay? I'm fearless, okay? I'm not afraid to go and ask hard questions that need to be answered, okay? So this task force, they're gonna say, Kimberly, what do you need? And we're gonna have a straight plan on a plan of action, what needs to be done. And I'm, like I said, probably gonna lead a couple of these task force to myself, start knocking on some doors, getting my hands dirty, and finding out what's happening. And like I said, creating change during this, and like I said, making sure communication lines are open between each program. But this needs to start with this task force so we can get in and get answers for you guys. And like I said, the answers will be displayed on that public dashboard. And also, like I said, I'm an analyst.
Thank you.
So I know how to analyze. Thank you.
Would you support a greater public reporting of outcomes, performance data, and trends in the county systems?
One of the things. What was the question?
I'll go ahead and say it one more time. Would you support greater public reporting of outcomes, performance data, and trends in the county system? This one is pertaining transparency and public access. Yeah.
Okay. One of the things, public access is so important. If I would have known what I know now, I've been in it for 7 years, I would have done things so much differently. I would not have reported abuse.
Good point.
If we want to build trust with the public, and then we want to ensure that these residents are protected as well as the children, we need to be transparent. and not have this retaliatory efforts. We have to have every county to report and to hold them accountable. We need to show the trends over time with this dashboard and explain the data, because in layman's terms, sometimes people will understand better than if it was in complicated terms. If I'm an educator, if I tell you an IEP and a 504, some friends don't know what that means. So making sure that the public comprehends. Bring the information together in one place where it's easily accessible. If I would have known what I know now 7 years ago, I would not have reported my son's abuse. I would have stayed married, not divorced, and my son would not have been medically abused. And the horrific atrocities he's endured for the past 7 years. We must also protect individual privacy. We don't want people's public information out there. Strong government. We need to ensure this data needs to become usable to the public and ensure the privacy, but we also need to report the trends.
30 seconds.
These trends are horrific in the abuse. It's the same trend, just different individuals. So we need to make sure that parents are informed, whether through a dashboard or through the legal aid process. And at this point, they're not going to honor. I've been fighting to recover legal fees for the last 7 years. I haven't received 1 penny yet. So how about giving public defenders to both sides to ensure equity?
Thank you, Lucy. Same question. This is regarding transparency and public access. Would you support greater public reporting of outcomes, performance data, and trends in the county system?
Oh, yes. Okay, so as I mentioned before, I'm an analyst. I've been a federal analyst for 15 years. Prior to that, I was military, Air Force, in the Air Force. So I know how to go in and dig and search and find, okay? I'm that finder, okay? And like I said, first day in office, me and the team creating this one-stop shop dashboard that is real-time access, updated each day with information. Because when you have transparency in these programs, then people will stop maybe lying. We'll sit up a little higher, okay? We'll be able to be more diligent and more honest, okay? Right now, there is no transparency to the public, okay? We're all in the dark. Why do you think I'm trying to get in so you guys can find out what's happening? Okay? I'm going to lead with honesty, lead with integrity, make sure you guys know what is happening. Because again, I work for you. So when you want to find out some information, I'm going to give it to you. Also, like I said, making sure that you guys are knowledgeable on how things work, how programs work. So when we go in there and we find out what CPS and other programs are doing, they have to give an answer
30
to
seconds.
us. And then with that answer, it's going to be up on that dashboard so you guys could go in and say, oh, this is what's going on with CPS. This is what's going on with the DA's office. This is what's going on with the money. Okay? Because if we have money, we need to make sure it is spent correctly. We need to make sure policies are changed. But I'm going to go in there and I'm going to find these answers for you. I'm going to find them. And like I said, when I come out, I'm going to report them to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Equal representation. Would you support expanding legal aid or county support representation for families in high-risk cases? At the county level.
So, going through this process, I have come across so many families, and they did not have the financial means to hire an attorney. And I have a family who gave me a copy of their minute order. Opposing counsel was a contributor to the judges campaign funds, and it was listed in their minute order. Talk about a conflict of interest. And this mom had no idea how she was going to fight for her child in court. But yet, when the opposing counsel came knocking to the judge for a favor because he had donated to the campaign funds, okay, there's no equity or equal representation when one party has the financial means to fight for their child and then the other side does not. We need to ensure expand county support and legal aid, whether that's through agencies that provide these resources or whether we provide public defenders to both sides and there's no financial incentives for these attorneys, because at this point this is what's happening. These attorneys have financial incentives to continue a case. Mine's gone on for 7 years. Another family in our audience has been for 10. Others are for 2 or 3 years. It just keeps going because the financial incentive is there. Why not level out the playing field? Whether through public defenders, being able to represent both sides, no one is given any financial incentive, and both sides are able to present evidence, and there's no colluding between the judges, opposing counsel, and the other attorneys. I've had 2 attorneys. Cameras in the courtroom, audio, recording. All of these things were not visible or available to me in my courtroom for 7 years, as well as multiple other families. We need to ensure accountability and transparency and that the laws are enforced. We have a constitution. It's not being enforced. If the judges are not enforcing the Constitution, who will enforce it? Because at this point, this is why my son has suffered medically. That's why thousands of other children in Orange County and throughout our country have suffered through this epidemic. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question? Yes. Would you support expanding legal aid or county support and representation for families in high-risk cases?
That is an easy answer, yes. Right now, the courts are taking families, like all their money. People are going bankrupt. They're becoming homeless on the streets because they can't afford to get representation. Why don't we take this money from the Minors Council program that's not helping the children, and let's take that funding and give it to a program that will help families. Like I said, that will level out the playing field to where families are not left in the courtroom on their own, not knowing what is going on and how to guide anything. So yes, there needs to be funds to get attorneys to families that couldn't have access otherwise, because that's how people do it. You have a lot of money and you're able to get higher power attorneys, then they are working, like I said, together in this little network of attorneys, and that needs to stop. That needs to stop. People, like I said, just basic professionalism that needs to happen, and like I said, integrity and giving money back to the children, back to the families. Because Minors Council, please tell me if you guys have Minors Council, are they even talking to the children? No. Exactly. So why are they getting millions of dollars of your money? So they can put the kids in the abuser. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So let's reallocate these funds and put them back to the children and the families, so that way children can stay with the families that are actually taking care of them and not being abused or neglected. We need to change it, you guys, and it starts now, okay? So I'm so excited I'm here, and thank you, but yes, I will definitely.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, we're going to switch gears here for a little bit and aim some questions at the gubernatorial candidates. So, thank you. All right, so this one, So this one's regarding implementation of power. So let me go and phrase this correctly, okay? If elected, what is the fastest way you can implement meaningful change in family, probate, and juvenile courts and CPS? And what specific actions would you take within the first 100 days? Well, let me first explain a few cases, okay? In 2005, the LA Times condemned California's probate court system for adult conservatorship abuses. Reforms were never adopted as the legislature chose not to fund additional oversight. In 2001, the world watched California as a 13-year adult conservatorship exploitation odyssey of celebrity entertainer Britney Spears was exposed. The legislation again demanded no meaningful reforms. In 2022, the state introduced the secretive care court system at an annual cost of $300 million to taxpayers, which again rewards predatory attorneys and jeopardizes Californian civil rights. In 2022, the state introduced a secretive care court system at an annual cost of $300 million, which again rewards predatory attorneys. I'm sorry, I think I might have read that already. What would you do if elected to ensure vulnerable California's rights, seniors, adults, victims of abuse, children, and their estates are protected from predatory legal, community, and family and probate court proceedings? We'll start with you, Daniel Mercury.
So I'm not going to use this because I can understand, I hear the echo, and that's my fault. Julie, I apologize with the sound. So I'm going to turn this off and just speak loudly.
Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so probate, that was a lot in one. So I'm going to first focus on probate. Probate, unfortunately, is a violation, first and foremost, when you look at the California State Constitution. Under Article 1, Section 1, if you look at the last word, it says privacy. Well, for probate, right, we're talking about maybe potentially of a deceased individual that becomes public. And so then a lot of hands, like the state, gets their hands on it because now they know publicly that somebody has passed away. They also know, too, that, well, there's going to be probably some heirs, and they're going to try to establish somebody like a conservatory, somebody that's going to be assigned to the probate. And then, of course, families then have to utilize the will. It goes to an attorney, and then it becomes a big monetary gain for the court system. So right away, one of the first things that the governor can do is to ensure that it remains private. Lawyers don't get to know. There's a lot of hunters that are out there that take advantage of this. And then, of course, the courts, if they feel like when it hits their jurisdiction, as to whoever brings it to them, and that could be anybody. That could be anybody who's looking at somebody who passed away that wants to take advantage, that works within the system. And then if they want to be assigned to it, because there's no actual oversight, which I believe partly, too, we look into consumer affairs, they're sort of heading this up. But then there's no guidance as to, where the money goes, or if there's something going on. Again, who's oversighting this, right? Well, one of the good things too is we have a lot of issues when it comes to our judges, and when our judges are not being held accountable. And so we have the Judicial Commission or CJP.
Yes.
So a lot of people, unfortunately, one of the things that a governor can do is to appoint a new Superior Court judge, tie them to, there's 11 bodies of that commission, 4 of them are appointed by the governor. So I'm going to appoint 4 new ones, tie them to a new Superior Court judge, and then we're going to start investigating every single judge in the state of California.
Okay, Louis Terms. If elected, what is the fastest way you can implement meaningful change in family, probate, and juvenile courts and CPS? And what are some specific actions you would take within the first 100 days?
So in the question, it's a lot deeper than just probate, as we can hear in there. What's very, very important is you have to understand the way this fake conservatorship goes. Wherever there is money, there is corruption. That's right. And that's exactly what's going on right here. Is you have predators looking to get into probate, looking to get into corruption. But what we have to do is you have to have a full educational process, which means we, the people, need to be helped sometimes with the education. What is the education that we can talk about? How does probate work? How can you prevent that from happening? Maybe a living will. There's a lot of things that we can do. But where there's money, there's issues. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're already working on a site. It's called exposure.ca.gov. This will go up immediately, and it will expose the judges and the attorneys and everybody that's involved in this madness because they are getting paid off. That is not an if. They are being paid off. We've been investigating this for a long, long time. We'll appoint judges, yes, and appellate judges. can be appointed also, which is extraordinarily important. But it's all about exposure. And guess who has the second largest microphone in the country? The governor of California. So we will have to talk about this daily, if necessary, out loud on a microphone so people understand exactly what it is and how to fight it. Because ultimately, we the people hold the power. We just don't know that we do. So what you have is you have moms and single moms trying to fight this huge apparatus, right? Did you know that many judges have consistent results in what they're judging on with the same attorneys, and then afterwards they get a job with that law firm, right? AI, believe it or not, this is where AI can come in, and we can evaluate the judges and do the math and find out exactly where they're falling on these issues. Therefore, we can put them on the website, we can hold them accountable, and call them out so you can hold them accountable.
Thank you, Lewis. All right, we'll get into the question one more time.
No. No, I'm going to go without a microphone. Is that okay? Okay, you don't have to repeat the question. I was thinking about it. So the very first thing, as a governor, I don't have the right to replace the judge. That is given. Now, I was looking at the regulations for the CJP. They mostly deal with ethical issues. They don't deal with performance. So as a good engineer, the very first thing that I would do as a governor is establish 3 things that need to happen, because that is what is destroying our courts. The first one is inconsistency. The second one is lack of accountability. And the third one is transparency. If we address those 3 issues, we will have a solution in our courts. Right now, one court can rule one way and the other court can rule the other way. You have no data. There is no transparency. There is no way to hold anyone accountable. So, oversight. The very first thing is I will create a body, what is the name of that? CJP is not the right body. So I will have to create a body that does the oversight. How am I going to do that? I'm going to have audits, a third-party audits, independent bodies that are going to come and do random audits. The second thing is we're going to review the decisions and track it by court and by judge. The third one is we will look at the failure and the failure rate. For transparency purposes, we need a dashboard, a public dashboard where you can display this data so the public can actually hold the judge and the courts and the counties and the cities accountable. And the third one is a standard. We need to train our courts. We need to train everybody involved. We need to make sure that they understand what those standards are and follow those standards.
Thank you. All right. Elaine Pilati.
Hi. I wrote a paper on tort reform in California. Why did I write it? Our biggest problem in California is attorneys. It's bigger than 50% of businesses in California are in litigation. That's 2 million businesses. Pacific Palisades burned down. There's 17,000 lawsuits and only 7,000 homes. Tort reform generally takes a position that looks something like this. Tort reform is a bill for a bill. If you make a law, you take a law out. If you lose, you pay the fees. And another very important tort reform is mandatory pro bono service. This used to be the way of the land, and they gave up tax-deductible mandatory pro bono service. It used to be, in order to renew your law license, you had to have pro bono X amount of hours. And in every single bucket, especially to take care of children, and to take care of family court, and to take care of accident victims, and to take care of elderly, pro bono was the only way. We since took, which we do in California, money from taxpayers, and we create the middle path, the purple road. My first day in office, and many people know this about my website, is called Chapter 9 Municipal Bankruptcy. What is that? That is where every major city, including Orange and Orange County, because Orange actually already filed bankruptcy, and so did Stockton, and so did Fullerton. Municipal bankruptcy allows the governor to go through all of the expenditures of the state into
30
the city.
seconds.
And what you can do is you can take the money away from all of the middle people. And these are things that we are fighting about with homeless in Los Angeles, as you well know. 24 billion, where did it go? What happened? 847,000 per homeless person. Nobody has a house. It's NGOs, it's special interest, and it's nonprofit. And before I sit down, Tort Reform solves this, and I want to give everybody one example of what happens to our money and why no problems ever get solved. Red Cross, we all know Red Cross. Red Cross has a 94% administrative cost. So only 6% goes to Band-Aids. If we cannot reform the legal system,
Thank you, Elaine.
we cannot solve the problem.
All right, the next topic is going to be transparency. The first question is going to be, would you support expanding public access to court proceedings, including media, 24/7 remote access like in the civil and criminal cases, audio, video, recording in place of the court reporters, and costly transcripts, while balancing privacy protections in sensitive moments cases?
You know, that's an interesting question when it comes to transparency. If you look at the Constitution of the United States, I think it's the 6th Amendment that talks about that we have a right to a public and speedy trial. Public being the key word. Therefore, it's open to the public because the public of court of opinion is always paramount because it helps sway exactly the way our communities are going to ensure that our rights are on full display and they're not being manipulated. So yes, everything when it comes to our courts should be, and in part are here in the state of California, open to the public. The difference is here in the state of California, you have to fill out a form when you go to the courts if you want to bring in some sort of recording device, an audio device of some type. And then it's always at the judge's discretion. So then it has nothing to do with whether or not the court case in and of itself is a sensitive court case. It's just at the discretion of the judge. And the problem with that, though, is again, that authority gets abused. So under Biden administration, when it comes to the court of public opinion, is it's going to be much more widely broad. And they're going to have much more stringent protocols on the judges to be able to simply dismiss if whether or not you can bring in a recording device, whether or not you can report on it audibly, and of course to set up. Also too, for safety protocols too, as we've seen a lot of people go into these courtrooms and they bring in weapons. They get past some of our bailiffs. So why not? And again, this is how we also keep judges in line, DAs in line.
30 seconds.
And this is one of the other things too that we also want to make sure is that when there's something in trial, I don't know about you, but when you sit there and you cherry pick, well, that is jury tampering. So you got a bunch of DAs and lawyers that simply pick who they like based on their own personal desires to sway to favor the law and sort of legal loopholes, not justice. But that abrogates the Constitution of the United States because justice is by way of the people, not lawyers. And yet somehow they can cherry pick. So that needs to be public as well, audibly and visually. So under my administration, we're going to ensure legislatively.
Thank you, Daniel.
We're going to process and we're going to ensure that that gets instituted. Here you go.
Present the question again, Lewis.
This is probably one of the most simple answers you can have. 100% transparency all across the board for every facet of what's going on. With a caveat, we must do everything to protect the anonymity of a minor.
Right.
100%. And how would we do that? Well, there's a couple. We could do transparency with maybe a video audio delay. Or make sure that the child is referred to as minor number 1 female. Whatever we want to do in regards to that. But yes, transparency has to come across. Did you know that abuse of officers went down dramatically when they installed cameras on them? Dramatically. The challenge is they're able to turn them on and off too, right? There's no turning the camera on or off, and a judge has no right, in my opinion, to say, no, we don't want transparency. In fact, if he ever tried to do that, that should put him up for audit immediately.
Very good.
Thank you. Greta?
Just like I'm going to say, our courts are definitely public. However, in the cases of minors and juveniles, the judge gets to decide. And here is where the sensitive part comes in. I, as a mother, will have problems with going with the 24/7 live stream. I know that's one of the items that is being considered in this question. 24/7 live stream. I think that's dangerous. I think these are highly emotional and significant cases, and I will be completely against 24/7 cameras in the courtroom. It opens itself to abuse. It can easily be manipulated. You can end up ruining the life of these young people on a TikTok, 30-second TikTok that totally misinforms the public. We have to be careful. Right now, we don't have the rules and regulations to actually allow 24/7 live streams. When it comes down to recording, I'll leave that up to the judge. Now, remember what I said. We need a dashboard. What we need to do is track which judges are completely blocking recording and which judges are actually allowing. Because that, it significantly tells you who are the ones that are trying to cover up and which ones are the ones that are really being sensitive to the kids and the families' needs. Thank you.
So there's about 60,000 probate cases a year in California. It's an average. 48,000 that are trackable, but 60,000 overall. About 20,000 of those cases every year include either children or adult people that are in court and in a courtroom. Most of them actually are quite quickly resolved, but the few that are not are devastating. So, and it's average about 4 to 5%, and people are like 4 to 5%. It's not that difficult when you think about how many people can pass through the court system in traffic court to have specific courts for individuals that are in the care of others. Private courts with complete transparency. We have the facilities to do it, and there have been situations historically where a private courtroom has been set up for a big celebrity, like Britney Spears or something like that. This happens all the time, and because this is not an overwhelming number with a massive impact, it is very easy to have a private, open, transparent court and protect the minor. There's also plenty of staff to do it, especially if you have a pro bono program for minors.
Thank you. Okay, this next question is also about transparency. We'll go ahead and ask all the candidates the same question, and then we'll be taking a brief break and then coming back for more questions, okay? So this one, Daniel Mercury. If elected governor, are you prepared to stand against the proven corruption of both the family and probate courts, even if at a cost your job or reputation? Will you be prepared and willing to stand against the State Bar Association?
So, I guess for full transparency, to be transparent with everybody, would I stand up against, the California Bar or any other form of corrupt government at the expense of my job? And I think I've already proven that right now. In full transparency, a lot of people don't know. I've been campaigning, like I said already, for about 7 years. I've been all over the state, and because of my conservatism and because of my insight into the Constitution, to the legislature, into the judicial branch, I was fired from my job months ago. And I've already put my life on the line. I've been threatened several times. I've had people trail me. I've had people come after my finances. I've had people threaten my wife and my children. And my wife and I have already made the agreement in prayer, amen, on the side of God, and we said that we were going to continue to fight, irrelevant to the fact that I don't have a job. Amen. It's not about money. it's about freedom. And freedom involves the hard truths. And that's something that I constantly preach about. So when it comes to the Bar Association, I always like to say this, and people say, oh, it's, that's just conspiracy. But I always look at, and there are codes about this, that the bar stands for British Accredited Registry. And a lot of people say, and lawyers say, no, that's not what that means. That's actually not true, because it goes much further back, and that lawyer who doesn't think that doesn't actually know their own history.
Right.
But who do you serve? The Crown? Or do you serve the United States Constitution?
30 seconds.
So in my administration, we're going to ensure that the California Bar and the ABA, the American Bar Association, are going to be held to a much higher standard, because the standards that they have right now are pumping out a bunch of Marxists.
All right, Louis Holmes, if elected, are you prepared to stand against the proven corruption in both family and probate courts, even if it costs you your job and reputation? Will you be willing to stand against the state bar?
Currently, I don't have a job or a reputation, so I'm not really concerned about that. I'm not in this for a job or a reputation. Like Daniel, our family has been completely destroyed by the system because we've been fighting pretty hard. Poisoned 2 times, cutting brakes and brake lines and things like that. So what happens when you stand up, right? And absolutely, it's the British Accredited Registry. Just go look it up yourself. Don't use AI, though, because they are now set up to reverse that information. Think about that, right? So we have to be very careful when we're saying, oh, let's rely on AI, because now everything's a conspiracy there anyway. But transparency is number one. It has to be number one. The only way we, the people, take it back is through transparency. Because what you don't know, right? Even the budget, I'm taking the whole budget and putting it online, itemized, for you all to audit 24/7 anytime you want. Can you imagine if everything, we had at least 10 to 100,000 digital warriors digging into it all the time? The whole system would not be able to cooperate the way they are together right now. So transparency is, again, very, very easy. The only way that we, the people, will ever take everything back is through honesty, transparency, and number one, authenticity.
Thank you. Okay, ready for the question? Would you like me to repeat the question?
Integrity, I think every single day we get up in the morning and we think we're going to make a difference. We want to make a difference. We want to contribute and make this world a better world every single day. When it comes down to issues associated with juveniles and children, it's even stronger than that. As a governor of California, I will definitely stand against anybody and anything. And I don't think it's going to be the Bar Association that is going to be the toughest organization that I'm going to face. I think it's going to be the California Judicial Performance Body. I think that one is going to be the toughest. That body has to stand against holding the courts accountable. By creating all these metrics that I'm going to create, I will have sufficient evidence, I will have sufficient data to actually go after them. So I think as a governor, I will definitely have the drive to actually hold this organization, this body accountable that so far hasn't been able to do anything for our own kids.
Thank you. Ms. Colati?
Does anybody here know who Tom Girardi is? Anybody remember Tom Girardi? All right, so I knew Tom really well. And Tom was really good friends with every single judge in LA. He knew them really well. And my dear friend, godmother of my kids, is a judge. We're not friends anymore because over the years I watched the corruption in the judicial system. So I'm not going to name names. But one of the most interesting things that I found was these great trips that they would take to Vegas and to all these big hotels, and there would be judicial conferences. And these judicial conferences would be funded in part by the Bar Association. And you would have the Bar Association and all the lawyers that work for the Bar Association, they'd be wining and dining and having dinner and carrying on, and then the next day they would be back in court. They would fly on private jets provided by Tom Girardi. There was so much corruption in the judicial system in Los Angeles, I could not believe my eyes. And everybody knew everybody. And the Bar Association was not accountable. And while there is judicial review, if there's a conflict, clearly it doesn't matter. Judges invest in stock. Judges are still sitting on a panel about a company that was invested in that stock. This is the same with all of our people that are involved in the Senate, all of our people that are involved in Congress. You famously, Nancy Pelosi is one of the best stock, analysts ever in history. This is because it has become so corrupt. And if we do not walk it back and start to implement the laws that are in place,
30 seconds.
clear laws, you're never going to clean up the corruption between the legal system, the Bar Association, and the judicial system.
Thank you, Ms. Swati. All right, we're going to take a brief intermission, give everybody just about 12 minutes, and we'll keep proceeding. Thank you.
I just need a drink. Ask my brother if he needs a drink.
I got beat up by a sheriff.
Yes.
Because I was speaking publicly at a meeting at a board of supervisors.
Testing.
I didn't like it. So he did
Testing
leave.
microphone.
Quiet.
Okay, let's take it sound. I want to make sure this sound is
they were kind of like probably waiting for an opportunity to do something, but in front of the hallway.
I just took it off the stereo.
Nerve damage in my arms. I had a concussion and a black eye.
Testing.
I had
1,
bruising
2,
on my nothing.
3. 1, 2, 3.
It's exonerated.
Testing.
So, yeah. He's. No, not him. It wasn't him. Or his sheriff. It was in San Diego, so it was Kelly Martinez, and she exonerated him.
This is testing microphone 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Right.
It's a little better.
The truth is the problem.
There's
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
All right, I'll be right
There's
back.
a little bit of an echo behind it, just slightly slower.
I'm just going to stretch my legs because I started cramping. Yeah, I know, honey, but I had that boost, and it really kind of. Okay, Carmel already went over there. Oh, you did? Yeah, but I'm going back. Yeah, go ahead. But you want something? It looks like we're about to fall asleep. You can save the opinions for the vehicle. What I'm just saying is, Madison's friends with Laura. Yeah. Well, her husband's illegal. Yeah, I'm fine. And so, oh my gosh, Mom, why not? Oh, that is so sorry. Yeah, but we don't. I got it. You're a virgin.
I don't want to be in pictures. Here, I'll do it.
No, you need to be in the picture.
No, she needs to be in the picture.
I know she needs to do our picture.
No, you need to stand up and go over there. No, you need to stand over there. I don't want to be in pictures.
Oh my God. She just took pictures. No, she does. No, she knows how to. I know how to do it. Just she's the queen.
everybody. If we can get you to take your seats, we're going to begin in about 3 minutes.
Where do you get it? Oh, yeah, it's from
Well, you haven't been here.
All right, candidates, if I can bring you back to the stage, please. Candidates to this stage.
Show them up.
Where did Daniel go? And I said, the circular well, because they don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay these now that's their heat or something. Or whatever. They don't want it. They want that money to get back to them.
Stay on time. Thank you. Candidates, please come back to the stage.
I would love to get the other decision. It's just that.
Please take your seats, please.
And can we get all the candidates back up on stage, please?
I'm just out here. Like I thought she was in front of me when they were doing something and they said she was over this guy in the TV. It was a minor thing. Like he was supposed to be the next mayor and like it's kind of in reverse and they said everybody as mayor was kind of screwy. Recently it was really underhanded and I thought, oh, that's gonna watch. I wanted to be there, but I knew as soon as I saw Janet was watching, as soon as I saw Janet there, I knew she was going to burn it.
Nobody filed to take my money, so I didn't get it.
All right, everybody, let's begin. Don't worry, the bar will be there when we're over, so don't worry. Please take your seats.
That's like heat. They wanted their heat. I didn't even go check the. That's like
Then if I file this, how much did you get? I have to file an income when I say everything. That's how taxes work.
All right, we're about to get started. Candidates, please take the stage.
Hey, I'm happy on your show. I saw
There'll be opportunities for pictures and mix and mingle after the event. Please take your seats.
Good. Yes.
Last night I had
All right. Please take your seats. If you're still standing, please keep your voices down. We're about to begin.
So I ran into somebody in the bathroom and I said, without money. For my head.
Okay, so we're going to be picking up on enforcement of existing laws that are on the books. Okay?
That little one was my last
This one will be for the gubernatorial candidates. We're going to ask a few more questions for them, and then we're going to do a format with everybody. We're going to ask questions of the Board of Supervisors and candidates. So this first question, and this time we're going to start with Elaine and work our way this way. So you might want to get your water, clear your throat. Okay. What would you do to ensure existing laws, such as Peque's Law, Family Code 3040, and what Peque's Law is? It's SB 331, requiring judges to get specialized training. Penal Code 287.7, violations of perjury laws and consistently applied and enforced. So what would you do to ensure existing laws such as Peque's Law are consistently applied and enforced?
I think it's the Peque's Law that's they know it. Child protection. Me too. You know, if your court system is corrupted, no person standing in a microphone talking, telling a lie is going to pay a consequence for that, period. And we've seen that over the last, however many years we've seen these big courtroom dramas play out, whether it was Donald Trump or, the big hearings that you see about COVID or about people sitting at microphones. People lie in court every single day. And somehow we've gotten used to it. Somehow the sacred truth and swearing, I swear to tell the truth, has gotten lost. And again, if you don't have court reform and judicial reform, you're never going to get back to basics. And I also want to say something before we go into protective custody laws. Somebody just brought something up. Where did you go? One of the guys here just brought something up about ADR services, and I just want to. There he is. I just want to say that a lot of people, when they enter into an agreement or they open up a business, they sign an operating agreement, and it says on the back that you're going to agree to a trial or you're going to agree to arbitration and mediation. And you probably all know this. And arbitration
30 seconds.
Arbitration and mediation takes a lot of rights away. And what I'd like to say about children and care courts in general and all of the elderly that get stuck in probate is they do not sign these agreements. They sign up to have their rights represented in front of a trial, in front of a jury, in front of a jury of their own peers. And if we lose that thought, we have lost the entire law.
Thank you. Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I think I got it. So, the Peque Law, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but this one was a young girl, I believe she was 5, that was killed by her father.
Little boy.
It was a boy.
things. So this is sad.
So we can hear you.
Can't hear you, you need a mic.
Oh, okay. No, I'll speak louder.
So, what this is horrible. Okay, so in order to enforce the law, what we need is the oversight and the transparency.
But the next part of it is that a lot of the cases in court, perjury. The fact that we do not hold the parents accountable for perjury is part of the problem. Because what happens is these cases do not get persecuted. And as a result of that, these cases become family disputes instead of being fully persecuted by criminal court. So perjury is one of the things that we need to hold these families accountable.
What is the penalty of perjury?
4 years. You get 4 years in jail. Yep, exactly.
Folks, please keep your comments until afterwards. Thank you. All right, Louis Herms.
On a lot of these forums and debates, there is this myth that a governor has jurisdiction over everything. Do you think we should be honest about that, or we should just pretend like we can do everything? I think we should just be honest about that, right? So there are some things we can do, though. We can absolutely, we have the microphone. We have the ability to appoint some judges, not all judges. One of the biggest problems that you have with situations like this is it's such a nepotistic situation that one judge will throw out a case on standing if it has to do with another judge. See how that works? It's a lot of games. So we have to be honest with this, but we need to scream at the top of the roots and get the people involved to hold them accountable. As I mentioned this before, we're going to put up exposure.ca.gov. So when there's judges acting out of line, they will go up on a website with their information, and now it's time for the people to activate and do everything they can to get that judge out of office. And if they come up for re-election, the information's already out there. So by proxy, that works also. But anything that we can do, we'll do, including putting certain type of enforcement agents in. And not to mention, I'm going to hold a sheriff's symposium the first month. So sheriffs understand what their constitutional rights and obligations are to hold people accountable.
Thank you.
So that section 3011, what it's really designed to do when it came to Peaky's Law, it was designed to ensure that the judges would have training to make sure that they could pick up on abusive parents. So if one parent made a claim against another parent, it wasn't just arbitrary. They had to go through, the judges have to go through training. But the problem is that under the 11th Amendment, it provides judges immunity if they're operating under, their official capacity. So if a judge makes a ruling irrelevant if a parent was warning the courts that they have an abusive parent, and unfortunately in this situation the son was murdered by his own father, they came up with this code to be enforced to ensure that judges at least had some training to know that there was some major red flags. The problem is that, again, it's sort of like the fox watching the hen house.
That's right.
Who's going to hold these judges? Again, we're back to accountability. And then we have the immunity clause in the 11th Amendment. What do we do about that? So one of the things that we have here in order for us to get rid of judges, right, is one, yes, you can go through the Judicial Performance Committee. You can file your complaints. The legislature, you can go to your legislative body. They can also bench a judge, and of course the Superior Court can take those reports and they can bench. But then we have a recall. And the problem about a recall, though, is sometimes it equates to the same number that a governor can be recalled. So they equate the percentage. But instead what we need to do is we need to make it much easier for that our local appellate judges or our Supreme Court judges, whoever is voted into office, because some of them are appointed and others are voted in, that those judges need to be easily recalled much simpler. Because again, there's no accountability. So we need to make sure that they don't have lifetime. Right now, most of them have anywhere from, I think it's 6 to 12 years. We need to bring that number down. And we need to make sure that it's just like legislators. You get 2 terms, you're done. That's it. Get out.
Good.
So this is what we're going to do.
Thank you, Daniel. Next question. Daniel, we'll wait for you. What can be done immediately to stop the harm to families and children? What can be done immediately to stop the harm of children, families and children? What happens when the courts are egregiously fail to follow the law? What consequences should exist?
So, again, I'll piggyback off of this. We talk about the oath of office, and we talk about the immunity clause. And again, when we talk about consequences that aren't actually happening, when judges, DAs, the Bar Association, everybody's part of this sort of good old boy club. And then, of course, we also have what a lot of people don't know is all crime is commercial. And that's actually something that needs to stop. Is this sort of commercial activity that puts the burden of responsibility on the parents who can't keep paying for filing fees. So there needs to be some form of cap, or I totally agree with pro bono. It forces judges to also have to give up their time. That has to be, again, equated to fairness, but there cannot be legal loopholes. When you go back to corpus juris secundum, right? It's a multi-volume, like American jurisprudence, that outlines all these court cases in different circumstances. But one of the circumstances that it writes about that they're supposed to follow is that just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it.
Good point.
And this is part of the things that lawyers know about and that also judges know about. And they're not being held to that. But who holds them to that? The AG? Right? Who holds them to that, to their oath of office? The executive branch? And this is the part that nobody goes down. That yes, that they can also be subject to another branch under the executive branch when it comes to what we're looking at right now is a widespread of judicial corruption. How can the entire judicial branch be heavily investigated expeditiously without actually infringing upon any other mobility for people to get justice, not just the law, and that is turning the state back into a grand jure. And a grand jure means the people are back to being the fourth branch of government to ensure investigations under our judicial performance to ensure that they're abiding by the law, and that they are not violating their oath of office, violating fiduciary delinquency, which is in their oath of office. When you look at the oath of office, the first paragraph in the state is all about good fidelity. And if they are not abiding by that, a grand juror has the power of an investigator to ensure that the sheriff now gets that data, performs the investigation, and removes the immunity clause because they violated that oath. Because it's under contract. And it violates the contract clause because everybody knows this. I am a veteran. I put up my hand. After I put up my hand, it's not a formality. I actually signed a contract. How do we get back to ensure that holds accountability? And that is a grand juror.
Thank you, Dan.
I'm going to tag on to that with a little something similar. Is we got to create what I call a judicial oversight board. But that judicial oversight board will be we the people. It will not be a bunch of judges and attorneys that are nepotistic to each other, right? That's the first thing. And it can be also established through a grand jury, and I believe that's where you're leading there. Is if you use a grand jury to do this under natural law practices, not corporate law, now we can move forward. The challenge, the reason why this hasn't worked before is because you haven't had somebody in a higher position to support true law. And that's the difference right there. So you need somebody to support it. What happens is, and I mentioned this before, is you'll hear President Trump talk legal, lawful, and people say, what does that mean? They're not the same thing, right? Legal is that corporate law structure that we're under, the one that we're being suppressed, the one that's the British Accredited Registry. That's corporate law, right? Lawful is our law. It's God's law. And so we need to do everything we can support that. Amen. How can we support that? Do not underestimate exposure. I'll give you an idea. So I interviewed somebody a couple of years ago, and her child was stolen by these corrupt attorneys and a corrupt judge, in my opinion, in Texas, right? And she had all the evidence of all the abuse that was going on by the stepmom when the visitation was going on this little girl. All the evidence. No. I said, okay, let's expose it. Let's bring that out live. We got hundreds of thousands of views on that.
30 seconds.
Within 2 weeks, she got back full custody of her child, and that creep lost all custody. Good. Right? Good. So do not underestimate exposure. That's why I'm creating exposure.ca.gov, because we the people will always win, just like they did in Orange County when they shut down the passport for vaccines. That's because so many people showed up. We can do this.
Repeat the question, or you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think from the very beginning, what we have said is that we need three things. Right now, we have a system that doesn't hold the courts and the judge accountable. We have no transparency. We have no data, and we have no standards. We also understand that the CJP, it is not here to judge the courts or track the courts, hold the courts accountable. What it's doing is only getting on ethical issues. So as a governor of California, what we need to do is definitely form a body that is going to collect this data, create a public dashboard, and make us able to track and ensure when the judges are showing inconsistencies, when they are not following the law. Without data, there is nothing we can do. We need to make sure that we do have a system in place that allows to track the performance of the court, of the cities, of the county in every single case, so we can compare it. It's only by comparison that we'll be able to have enough ground to actually hold these judges accountable.
Thank you.
There's this great program in Arizona which is basically called like a WellCare Buddy. And what it does is after a court case happens for an elderly person or a child, a WellCare Buddy is assigned. And a WellCare Buddy does notes and takes notes and is paid for by under Medicare and Medi-Cal. And it's essentially like having your very own nurse or therapist or somebody who checks in on you. And I do think that California has the capacity to put something like this in place. We obviously have, a lot of cases that go through CPS, that go through the court system. But under the probate, at least under the probate umbrella, it's roughly $20,000 a year in California, where you're involved with a child and an elderly person. And I just don't think if there's any check and balance after the court case is over, there's probably some chance that something really bad is going to happen. And it would not take much for California to implement a WellCare Buddy.
Thank you. Next question. We'll start with Daniel. How would you ensure that both child safety and due processes are protected so that the outcome are fair, evidence-based, and in the best interest of the child?
So one of the things that we look at when it comes to family court is a lot of parents, mom and dads, don't know that family court is civil. It's not criminal. So under I think it's the 7th Amendment, right? That's under common law. Common law, again, is civil under the laws of nature and nature's God, written in the Declaration of Independence. I know a lot of people get tired of why does he mention all this? Because I want you to know where I found it. Amen. I want you to know where the information is at. I'm not going to just stand up here and give you platitudes and say, we're going to fight for you. Well, how are you going to fight for you? Right? So when we look at that, that means when you're under a civil proceeding, one of the biggest things that is removed from a parent is the Fifth Amendment. And that Fifth Amendment is your right to silence. And just because you're silent and you don't want to answer to certain questions doesn't mean you have to. It's not an admission of guilt, and it's not an admission to an agreement. It simply means you don't want to self-incriminate yourself because the courts are stacked against you, always, which is why all crime is commercial. There's always a financial institution that needs that monetary gain. And so one of the things that the states don't do, and the states can do, especially when it comes to having an AG, the California Bar, is instituting a protocol to ensure that anybody can go into the courts as you can self-litigate, but to be a pro se litigant means that the courts are always against you. They don't actually walk you through it. They don't help you. They're not there to support you if you want to go down that path, so that you don't have to actually have fines, so that you can ensure fair practice, that you're getting the results that you want, that you need, that's in also a balance of favor. And so we actually remove that away from parents who don't know how to engage in pro se. And if you don't understand that, well, then that's why a lot of times, unfortunately, a good parent gets their child taken away into the parent who's the most abusive, that they shouldn't even be in their hands. And so under my administration, we're going to show that we're going to open up those doors, which the governor can do, because CPS and a lot of other agencies have those people who are appointed by the governor. So let's make sure that we go down that route.
In addition to pro se, you should have a pro se advocate, right? Somebody that is actually advocating and helping the person. But here's where I would defer from everything. That advocate must not reside or work within the same county structure that the case is in.
Oh, that's amazing.
Think about it. Because what do we have? We have nepotism at the highest levels, all through the judiciary and all through the lawyers and all the litigants. And this is what happens. This happens in every county in the United States of America. And it's very important to know. So it's easy to take care of that. If it's hard to buy somebody off or have favor if you don't know who the hell they are. Right? So we should have contracts with other counties on how to do this to support those that cannot support themselves. And here's the reality. This leaves clues. You will find out, and this is why it's very, very important, and I believe we should do a full judicial investigation starting with month 1, because I truly believe that most of the problems are through judicial activism and the relationships with the attorneys and the law firms that are supposed to be having no say in whatsoever. Now, what I mean by that, so for example, you will find out that many judges have a higher rate of judging in favor of certain law firms, and then certain enough, and when they retire, they just happen to be working with that law firm making $1,000 an hour, right? Think about that. And these law firms just happen to be the most expensive law firms and the law firms that have the most money. It's not an accident, folks. This is the way the system works now. So we can do this by cross-pollinating with other counties. We can fix this.
Okay, so right now, if we have a child welfare issue, you automatically get legal help. If you have domestic violence, sometimes you get help. If you have a family court issue, you don't necessarily get legal help. So whenever we have a domestic child abuse, we tend to group that as a family issue, not a criminal issue. So here is the difference. As a governor, I think I will advocate for these kids whenever we have a child abuse case, is to have some type of criminal checklist instead of having a criminal investigation. And let me tell you the difference. The cost associated with a criminal investigation every time we have one of these cases is tremendous. And keeping fiscal responsibility is important. So what we need to do is create a list, a checklist that actually evaluates the risk that this child is under. I was reading about some of the worst cases that we have seen here in California, and it is detrimental when we see kids that are turned over to their parents just to be hurt again and again to the point of killing the kid. So, as a governor, one point where I will definitely make a difference is establish and making sure that this family, where there is abuse, that they do have some
Thank you,
kind of
Greta.
criminal evaluation.
Thank you.
Is it okay to ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. You do one follow-up. Go ahead.
This checklist, is there like at 3 checks, you get law enforcement involved, or 4, 5 checks? Somebody goes in and takes the child? What does this checklist do?
Well, what the checklist will do is determine what is the level of risk that is given. And what it does is it creates a family court and a criminal investigation at the same time. They work side by side. And that is to ensure that the kid is not left in a situation in which he could lose his life. But it will be in parallel, criminal as well as family court, working together.
Thank you.
So the for-profit court system is causing a lot of these problems. What tends to happen is it makes more sense to continue the case and continue the case and continue the case, or even worse, put the child back with the abuser to continue the case. So if you have a system where there is any kind of incentive, and this is also for homeless industrial complex, where the amount of people that are homeless are how you get paid. Well, you're not going to house the homeless people. And if you are in a court system that is a for-profit system, where every single thing that happens, it continues the case and creates more legal fees, eventually the person that's fighting for the child loses their resources. Never mind, just the energy, it just depletes everything. In a court system, there's lots of court systems where the judge themselves in their courtroom that they are in, especially in traffic court, they get an incentive for how many cases they close, not how many cases they continue. And if we can create a system where especially for probate court, where the goal is quick and swift solution, and it's incentivized for quick and swift solution, you're definitely going to have a better outcome without having prolonged, delayed decisions and kids going back into a home where they're being re-abused and re-abused and re-abused.
Thank you, Elaine. Okay, this next question is regards to CPS reform. Much of what drives family and dependency court decisions are reports from social workers, guardians, and therapists. Lack of transparency and federal funding influence has been raised as concerns. What actions would you take to ensure that those reports are accurate and truthful? Daniel.
So let's look at California. We have, who's in charge of CPS? Most people don't know. HHS. If you look at CPS, it's actually overseen by the California Department of Social Services. Some people know, some people don't know. I think right now the director is Jennifer Torrey, I think that's her name, or Tora. Anyway, who is she appointed by? Gavin Newsom. That oversees every county's CPS. That is also headed by the social services of each county, that are also appointed by the Board of Supervisors. But those are state agencies are all funded by the state. Who influences the state budget? The governor. Even though the legislature comes up with the budget, the governor controls who's appointed to those agencies and decides whether or not those state agencies, commissions, and boards, which I believe in California there's over roughly 512, 520, can be cut in half. You want your job? You need to get in line. You want to maintain that you're going to be the director, or you're going to be appointed? Then you need to get in line. And when it comes to judges, I think it's we have the Judicial Compensation Commission. Where do they get their money from? Every year, they like to give themselves a large dose of pay raise at your expense. No, you don't get one. You're going to be subject to tax investigation because it's also laundering, and they're not performing the way they're supposed to according to the Constitution. And this is when we talk about, well, what can a governor do and what can a governor not do? That is exactly what a governor can do. And so you put me in office, this is exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to make sure that these commissions are cut in half. We're going to make sure that I appoint new directors. And then we're going to ensure that all these CPS agencies in every county are going to be disbanded. There aren't going to be any. Yeah, and that's just for starters.
Clean house. Yes. Daniel, as a Jew, you need to realize your name is not Torah.
Torah, gotcha.
Not Torah.
Torah.
So absolutely, the governor has the pocketbook here. So there's a lot of influence on there, and we can appoint to oversee CPS. 100%. How did we get here? Money, 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 money. That's the reality. So when I first started investigating this a long time ago, I was shocked to find out that the average case that goes into foster care raises through the system $85,000. Oh no, it got worse, because then I dug deeper and it was $110,000. Oh, it gets worse. In California, dig deeper, some of them go up to $250,000 per child of the money that goes into the system between medical, psychological, the attorneys, the judges. It is a money operation.
True.
$250,000. Did you know that there was actually a test in Texas in a county, and they proved that 90% of the CPS cases, which is also DCS, by the way, that's another way to divert from CPS, 90% of those cases, 90% would have never happened with $2,500 put in the right place. $2,500. This is proven fact. And this is why, because it's the education. Sometimes it's a pair of shoes. Sometimes it's helping a parent learn the best way to clean your house. And sometimes it's where to sleep. Let's get fleas out of the house. There's a huge $2,500. They don't want that to happen. Why? Because it does not feed the animals. It does not feed the beast. So we can make a huge influence as governor right in that point. Because again, education, people understanding how it works. Nobody's going to want to spend $250,000 to rip a child from their home if they don't have to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, the question again. Much of what drives family and dependency court decisions are reports from social workers, guardians, and therapists. Lack of transparency and federal funding lack of transparency and federal funding influence has been raised as concerns. What actions would you take to ensure that those reports are accurate and truthful?
I think those reports are paramount to the success of the court. One of the things that I read is that a lot of these reports are interpreted by many, many people in the process. When the judge gets to read it, he only gets a summary. He really never gets the actual data that was collected. That is not acceptable. Judges have to have the right to read and have access to that data. The other part is developing standards for this report. Right now, you can document opinion as part of the process. Opinion is not acceptable. We need to document facts. These have to be in facts if we want to protect our kids. And the second one is, and the last part is standard. We need to make sure that everybody knows these standards and they implement those standards. And how are you going to make sure that they implement this standard? Funding. We control the funding, and we will make sure that they only get funding when they comply with the law.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Your name was right the question?
I think I got it. I think. So, AI. I love AI. And I know a lot of people don't. But when it comes to organizing and inputting information that ordinarily would take a really long time, it's really quite beneficial. It does take away critical thinking, which I hate. I talk to my kids about it all the time. But to have a program that allows you to implement and adjust your ideas and create a report with using the tool of AI is a lot less work than the way it's currently set up. And I also think that reports should be done by two parties. There should be a party for the parent and a party for the accused. If you've got a child in the middle and the biggest problem is you can't determine where the truth lies, then you have to allow both sides, like you would in any court, to be able to write a report and have advocacy for both. Because otherwise you'll never really find out the truth. I mean, people are going to lie, as we well know. This is a huge problem. And if you can't advocate for both sides, everyone deserves a defense. And implementing AI into the system in California is at the very top of my list, certainly for things like this. As you well know, we're going to do it for accounting. It works. And accounting is a big bucket, and it includes this.
Equal representation. It's going to be kind of a two-part question. What would you do to address the disparities in access to legal representation in the family court cases involving abuse and safety concerns? Also, would you support a capped, free, or flat fee model in certain family court cases to eliminate profit from conflict?
I think when it comes to fairness and financial burdens, when it comes to parents who are in dispute, when it comes to any form of pro se litigant, and because they can't have or they don't have the finances, and I think we've kind of covered this with pro bono. Again, you look at the Constitution, especially the California State Constitution, you really need to read it. But you have also what's called equal protection under the laws, right? So if you go to the 14th Amendment, you go to Article 1, Section, I think it's 9 in the California State Constitution. Don't quote me on that. Equal protection under the laws doesn't just stop when you're pulled over for a ticket. It continues on all through any time of you're in court. You're standing in front of a judge. But one of the things that we need to be mindful of when it comes to the fees that we pay is when you go to court, you have a court of equity and you have a court of record. And they're both expensive. When you have a nisi prius court, which is an inferior court, right? This is where sometimes nefarious amounts of money keep getting kicked down the road. And then when you get to civil, sometimes civil crosses over into criminal. But they don't want it to go to criminal because then it will probably end because it goes to a trial. And so one of the things that we can do to ensure that there's going to be a limit to how far it can go is to ensure a specific amount of time. That judges cannot keep kicking that can down the road. DAs cannot keep refiling and filing again. Instead, it needs to eventually go to a trial, a grand jury, in a specific window, so that it minimizes the amount of money that has to be paid, it minimizes the amount of money that the courts can profit, and it ensures that there's going to be justice, not law. Because again, the law and justice are not synonymous. Legal loopholes, that's for your lawyers. That's why I love
30 seconds.
I love what Louis Herm said, right? Legal, lawful. Justice is by way of the people, but that doesn't transpire unless you are in a trial jury. There's no judge, and it even says in the Constitution, that can overturn a ruling of a trial jury. You, our peers. And so to mitigate how much money is spent, to ensure fairness, there needs to be a limited amount of time to ensure that you get your justice.
Yeah.
All right. Protect the questions, Louis.
I got it. It was a short one. There definitely should be a cap on what can and can't be spent because who has the money wins in court in many cases. That's just the reality. And just throwing an idea out there. What if a pro se advocate or somebody that's defending you would have to sign a contract and say they have no relationship whatsoever with the other side? I want you to think about that, how powerful that would be for a second. Because it is nepotism, and I've said this probably 30 to 50 times today. I've studied this deeply. It is all nepotism, and this is why we're having trouble getting a fair verdict or trial or anything in regards to this. It's because it's nepotistic as ever. I'm telling you, and even in standard law, you have the defendant. The public defender that has a relationship with the DA.
They earn the same.
A really tight relationship with the DA. It's disgusting. So they'd have to have a contract that said, no, I don't. This is why that cross-pollination of counties could really work in this case. It's very, 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 very possible to do. But ultimately, I believe you should absolutely be able to call for a jury of your peers. Ultimately, that's what's going to take care of all this because it doesn't really matter what the judge, it doesn't matter what the attorneys try to motivate or manipulate, right? And not all judges and attorneys are bad, just 99.9%. They're not all bad. But the reality is a jury or peers is your best chance to get a fair verdict on anything. So that's where my big advocation would be right now.
Heather, would you have a question?
I think legal access to both sides is important for the safety of the kids. Absolutely. So the very first thing that we need to do is billing transparency. Law is one of the business in which you make a phone call, charge $300 and have no results. It's the only business where you sign a contract where someone is going to represent you, and at the end of it, you don't know how much you own, and there is no results. So I do believe that we need to have transparency on the fees. We need to have a flat fee, something about $10,000, $15,000 with the end result, or a cap fee where we pay a certain amount of money to get the result. This will guarantee that both sides of the family, independently of how much money they have, get equal representation. We have to make the field equal for both sides.
Thank you.
I do agree on a flat fee. I think flat fees are great, and I think it's an easy solution. In the probate courts, I find this very weird, nuanced law about where the trustees oftentimes get counsel if they're in a fight with family, and the money to pay for the counsel comes out of the trustees' money, comes out of the family money. I think that's, again, if you have tort reform, if you lose, you pay, it includes trustees. Especially if a trustee is contesting a trust against a family when the entire family is unified with the trustee is trying to somehow save money for themselves in the trust. The trustee business in probate is very true, and it's very corrupt. It's not lost on me that there's, the majority of those cases are resolved without going to court. Why? Because it's when you have a settlement, which people don't understand, a lot of times a settlement is actually called in code name a blackmail, right? Most people can't afford the trial, they can't afford to go, and if there's not flat fees set up for that, then oftentimes you take a settlement that you don't want to take because the alternative is just too terrible. So I do think they should take flat fees, and I do think they should regulate trust and probate.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you. Okay, next question regarding judicial accountability and immunity. With so many corrupt judges in California and within the family courts, please explain what you would do as governor to reform California family courts and bench or remove corrupt judges. Explain how that could be accomplished through your office if elected.
Come on, Daniel.
Sorry, I guess we did. Moving on.
Judicial immunity.
Okay.
Let's talk about that. I'm going to do that. I am the host. Can we hear an answer about what we should do about judicial immunity, the man-made rule?
So judicial immunity comes, again, I said it earlier, it comes from the 11th Amendment. So immunity gives the judges if they're operating in official capacity. If we look at one of the judges here in the state of California, that particular judge, I forgot his name, it escapes me right now, but there's a particular judge in California that had was reported to have 23 criminal misconducts and about 47 other judiciary delinquencies for favoritism or for actually utilizing his authority because of the fact that he was stepping outside of as to what a judge could and could not do under certain circumstances. So that would be fiduciary delinquency under the oath of office. And this person currently right now is potentially going to be removed. So right now they're benched. And so one of the things that we can do to ensure accountability, like I said earlier, is we need to affect their wallet.
Amen.
Again, I brought up compensation, right? Every judge has to get paid. But again, when they know that they're under review, I think what we can do to ensure that fairness is to put judges under review yearly.
Yes.
And then on top of that, like I said, we need to make sure that they're not lifetime, even after appointment. After appointment, they are here in the state of California reelected, or they go under election. Problem is that it's really easy for them to maintain that seat. So instead, that term should end. And then lastly, here's one of the things too when it comes to fairness and removing. When your judges run for office, one of the things is that they consider themselves to be nonpartisan. So they don't put up whether they're a party or not. That's fine. You want to be nonpartisan, but here's the problem though. They consider themselves to be nonpartisan in the sense that they can't answer questions if they come to a forum because they don't want to see partisan as per the law. The problem is that they are partisan. What are they partisan to? The Constitution. You can't be nonpartisan. And therefore, they are subject to the Constitution, but because they have a separate oath that a lot of people don't know about, very similar to those of attorneys, unfortunately, they're not being held to that. And so we need to ensure that there are no other oaths, because if that's the case under contract, the Constitution no longer matters. Why? Judges take the Constitution, they throw it out. Under the contract clause, it must be fulfilled. So how are we going to make sure that they're held accountable and liable? Is to put them expressly under the Constitution and the oath of office directly.
Yeah.
Thank you. I like this. Second question. Do you believe current standards of judicial accountability are sufficient, and would you support reforms to judicial immunity? If so, what changes would you pursue within your authority?
No, they are not currently working, and of course I would support complete reform of the system as it is. And I'm going to give Daniel a soundbite here. That was excellent. That's exactly what we need. Now, we do, again, I call back to the people. This is about exposure, because I would say generally the people don't know what they don't know. They really don't. They don't, right? So we have to give them the information. And if the information can come from the governor's office, and we have to be unbiased too, just like I am, NPP, right? You have to be completely unbiased, but just put the information out there. But if a judge is not performing according to his oath, the real oath, the constitutional oath, right, they need to be put on blast. Because ultimately, the people will decide whether that person gets back into office or not, right? So that's very, very important. We do have a lot that we can do in regards to the money that's flowing, so on and so forth, and their pocketbook will be affected. But the reality is, if you don't know, they're going to get away with this forever. And that's, again, I go right back to it because it's such a powerful tool. With exposure.ca.gov, these crazies are not going to be able to continue to do what they do and be unchecked. It's an extraordinarily powerful tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we go again. We have presently a system in which there is no accountability, there is no transparency, and there is no standard. Without that data, you cannot hold the courts and the judges accountable. So what is it that we need to do? We need to shift the system to a performance-driven. We need to check for compliance. How often did the judge deviated from the law? Was it documented why he deviated from the law? Why didn't he implement it? We need to track successes. How often was the family separated? How often the kid returned home and the kid was harmed within the 12-month period? We need to track results. And that outcome is what we're going to use to hold the judges accountable. That's what we need to do. Without data, it's impossible, and without public data, it is impossible to hold the judges and the courts accountable. Once you have the data, you will use funding to make sure that we are in compliance.
Good boy.
That's such a great idea. I want to thank me. This is what we need to do. We need to have a rotation of oversight for judges that is random. And they don't know that their case is being followed by an oversight committee. But it is random, it happens in all courts, it happens to all judges, and it happens all year, it happens all the time. And you're under review whether you know it or not. And if judges knew that they were under review, without being told they were under review, but they knew they were under review, they might behave very differently. And we also might do a lot better catching judges that are doing things that they are not supposed to be doing as judges, whatever they are. Whether it's, coercing about, how to get something to move quicker, or it is actually flying to a big event on Tom Girardi's jet and hanging out with Morris Muscatine. But whatever it is, whether it's an appellate court judge or a traffic court judge, I don't care. I just think you have to have random oversight that is very comprehensive. And it happens all year long to every single board, and it's always going on. And it's a much better way to have a committee, because after a while, you're going to catch those judges. And they're going to behave better because they know that they're going to get caught.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, we're going to do one more question for the gubernatorial candidates, and then we're bringing the Board of Supervisor candidates back in with questions for everybody to answer, okay? This next one's pertaining to Title IV funding and child support. Federal funding streams like Title 4B, 4D, and 4E shape how California's child welfare and family court systems operate. Given the scale of differences, billions tied to foster care and enforcement and far less to prevention, how would you ensure these fund structures are aligned with child safety, family preservation, and fair outcomes rather than creating unintended incentives? Given the scale of differences, billions tied to foster care and enforcement, and far less to prevention, how would you ensure these fund structures are aligned with child safety and family preservation?
Well, again, we're talking about laundering money. As we know, there's already protocols that are already outlined. A lot of things have already been built into the framework that we have when it comes to foster care, when it comes to a lot of these agencies to ensure that there's ensuring proper funding. But what we don't have is, we already have state controllers in the state of California. The problem is state controllers that oversight different agency commissions and boards are mismanaging those numbers purposely. That usually stem from the legislative branch or the executive branch and so on, so then it's never appropriated the right way. So how do we know what's going on? There's never a public oversight committee. There's never a public oversight controller. Why don't we have that to ensure that government is also staying true to the facts of what's being reported? And then, of course, when it comes to investigations in journalism, to ensure that we pull these documents, it's never out there publicly, or they block it, or like they're trying to come up with what they want to consider bona fide investigative research so that you can pull the information. They want to deem what is bona fide, not anybody that's out there when it comes to, you have an interest, you want to start doing your own investigation, you have every right as a tax-paying citizen to dig into those documents to ensure that everything is accountable, every line item is actually matching where it's supposed to go. So under my administration, we can ensure that those windows of opportunity are widened so that there is no limitation to the public, like we have the California Public Records Act. It should be utilized way more and broadened so that you can get into those, ensure that all of the money is aligned for and accounted for. That's one of the things that we need to do. And when we want to make sure that we're going to have continued transparency, we also want to make sure, again, that these agencies are limited. We don't want to have so many where we can't keep track. And so these agencies need to be aligned properly, also constitutionally, and with the state controller, and per county, and per open public committees so that they can get the necessary paperwork. This is what we need so that we can ensure that finances are going to where they need
Thank you, Daniel.
or that it gets cut. End of story.
I'm going to focus on the Title 4E on this, because the Title 4E is where most of the money comes in from the feds, and which is abused, laundered, manipulated, stolen. Title 4E. This is where, if you don't know what Title 4E is, go look it up, because this is where the feds go and they do a sort of a match to what's being spent. Why is this so important? Because there's an incentive year after year to make sure that their budgets, the county's budgets, align with the Title 4E investment. Think about how that works. So they're incentivized to make sure they maximize that. How do you do that? You push through cases that shouldn't be pushed through. You have cases funded to the highest level that shouldn't be funded. You pay the attorneys more. Hey, let's keep this going, right? It's all about their budget. That's disgusting. It has to go. So we're going to do complete forensic audits on everything in the budget, but we're going to target what's going on with Title 4E specifically, because this is where most of the money is being stolen, right there. Now, there's something that nobody wants to talk about, but has been very effective, and we can start to use this. Back in the day, Rudy Giuliani didn't pioneer RICO, but he figured out how to use RICO. And RICO is racketeering and corruption is what it's about. Why is that important? You can use RICO in a civil case. You, right here, anytime, you can go in and establish a RICO case if you want to. Think about it. This is how they completely cleared out the Italian mob in New York.
30 seconds.
Using RICO. Using RICO. How would you like to have an opportunity, right, to clear out these fraudulent attorneys, right? Get together and use RICO. I'm telling you, it's the future, and this is where we take our power back.
Thank you. Ready, next question.
So federal funding tends to favor foster care, family separation, instead of preventive measures to keep the family together. So what we can do, again, is using data to track, to see who is corrupted, to see who is going for the foster care in the majority of the time. But as a governor of California, what I can do, because this is federal funding, so there is no whole lot that the governor can do to change the way that the federal government changes. But one thing that we can do is we can get together with the legislature, and we can get together with other governors and work together to change the federal funding. That is the only way that we're going to get away from foster care and more investing into preventive care, keeping the family together. But as a governor, we cannot directly change the federal government or the federal funding, but what we definitely can do is work together with other governors to actually try to influence that.
Thank you, Greta.
I heard a statistic very recently from some friends of mine that are in the foster care philanthropic business raising money for kids. And we were actually with Live Nation at a big event. Nick wasn't there, but Nick was there. And this gal told me that most of the time, she said it's unbelievable. A family is $2,500 to $3,000 away from paying rent and staying together. And they don't do it. And to take a child out of a home and put a child into the foster care system is about $120,000. Imagine $120,000 to take a child away and put it into the process, to start the process, versus coming up with some rent money.
Yep.
And I think the problem is a very big problem to solve here today, because we're here talking about one thing, which I was prepared to talk about with probate courts, but I don't know that much about some of the experiences that you guys have had, because I haven't had. I have a lot of friends who are judges, and I have a lot of friends who are lawyers, and I have a lot of lawyers. What I do know is foster care and foster kids. I spent a lot of time in it, and I've raised a lot of money for it, and I've seen the system fail these kids over and over and over again. And there is no oversight, and there is a momentum to keep it going, because the grift is huge. The grift is as big as running for governor. That's a big grift too. Mm-hmm. We live in a grift. We're all in it. We're all in it together. And the way to get through it is transparency, and the way to get through it is oversight. And breaking it down. Like I said, Chapter 9 bankruptcy, it sounds crazy, but it works, because once you stop paying people, the people that are stealing go away. Mm-hmm. Okay? Yeah. Once you stop it, once you put eyes on it, they all go away. And the only way to do it is stop it in its tracks. And unfortunately, it's Chapter 9 municipal bankruptcy of all of our major cities to start with that. Okay. By the way, we're out of money, so we won't have a choice.
Okay. Thank you, Lane. Thanks for coming. All right, this next section is for all candidates. It's a cross-cutting questions. Adam, go ahead and get us the first one.
Okay, the first, how should the courts approach disputes involving a minor's gender identity in custody cases? And what standards should the guide those decisions to ensure they are in the best interest of the child while representing both parental rights and medical guidance?
We'll start on this side, please. Ken Davis.
All right, so my thing is, how do we fix that? I feel, again, like courts need to bring it back to the best interest of the child, because we are away from that at this point. Right now, it's about money. So if we bring it back to the best interest of the child, then we could ask the questions like, is this in the best interest of the child to change their gender at 2 years old or at 5? Is it the best interest of the child to say that they are female instead of a boy? Because like I said, they're still children. They don't understand what that comes with. There's a lot of kids that go through that, and when they get of age, they regret it. And there's no turning back at that point once it already happened. So I believe, again, if we bring it back to the best interest of the child, then we can focus on how they are protected instead of being exploited.
Can I just ask something real quick? They already say that it's in the best interest of the child.
Oh, okay, so I know, and it's sad because they use that to say, oh, we're doing it in the best interest of the child, but no, they're not. So how do we hold them accountable to say, no, that's not in the best interest of the child? Again, is by having oversight and having cameras in the court, having the public be aware of what's happening, and also, like I said, having jury. I 100% believe that family court needs a jury trial. That way, the public can help and establish the best interest of the child, because it's not self-seeking for them.
What about the parents? They have a say?
Well, the parents, meaning like if they have a say, well, of course they should, but then there's some parents that are in agreement.
And if you don't mind me chiming in, the therapists, the doctors are basically telling the parents that would you rather have a dead daughter or a live son or a live daughter, or vice versa. So and no parent is going to want their child to commit suicide. So it really falls on the therapists and the doctors.
Like I said, but that comes in the best interest of the child. Does the child need therapy? How long is this therapy supposed to last? And finding therapists who are not going to just give an answer to the court because that's what they're paid to do. We need honesty. We need people with integrity.
Yes. I hear everything that everyone say.
Yes.
Because they're right. Therapists are actually getting paid, but everybody gets kind of moving forward. If you go to dead son or a life or type thing.
Right.
So with all due respect, I want to ask you just one quick question. What is your position on that?
Oh, like with the children or with the therapist?
No.
Oh.
What is your position on the child being transitioned?
Come on.
Excuse me.
I feel like that is.
We're going to hold questions after this question. We're going to hold them because I want to get through the rest with the candidates. Yeah, and I want to get your 2 minutes.
Okay, so my position, I feel the child, again, they are so fragile, and their minds are still developing, and they sometimes they may just see whatever the outside influences are. But my stance on that is where it shouldn't be. That's way too young to make a decision.
So before this
Life-changing decision.
What's going on here? For Christ's sake.
Let's hold questions.
Is there some organization to this thing? You.
We're
with the
good.
microphone.
Yes, we're going to move on. Would you like more time, or are you good? Okay. All
What's
right.
going on here?
Go ahead, Adam. We can ask the next question for you, Elaine. Elaine, would you like the question again? How should courts approach disputes involving a minor's gender identity in custody cases, and what standards should guide those decisions in order to ensure that they are in the best interest of the child while respecting both parental rights and medical guidance?
I don't actually think I should answer that question because I'm clearly against it, and I don't. You cannot transition. I don't want to talk to you. It's okay. It's a bunch of bullshit. All right.
Thank you, Elaine. Greta?
Yeah, I think our kids are the most precious gift that God has given us. And God has put us in charge to guide and take those kids through life.
Right.
Our kids are what we make of them. And we need to help them. Now, I agree that there may be some youth that may be a little confused. And I think what we need to do is we need to get them the help that they need and get them the services that they need before they transition. I think as kids, they need to follow the guidance of the parents. We are in charge. And it is when they become adults that they will have the right to do whatever they need to do. And if at that point they still desire. One of the things that bothers me is I see a lot of kids, and especially in kindergarten in my neighborhood, kids that come home with rainbows. Our kids are being brainwashed. Our school is brainwashing our kids. Yes. And this is not acceptable. We need to get the kids the help that they need and pull them out of the school that they are, but we certainly do not need to give in to the social brainwashing that is going on right now.
Thank you, Greta.
Well, I'm going to be the asshole. I'm not quite sure why this is so fucking complicated.
Here.
Right? How can a minor ever be subjected to that decision whether a parent agrees or not? As an adult, you can make that decision. As a minor, off the table. Right? This is God's thing. Exactly. This is completely off the table. Absolutely, you cannot transition a child. Right? We're being manipulated through a color revolution, through the schools. This is all intentional. It's to divide and it's to conquer us. And we play these little mind games. Well, in this case or this case. No, I'm sorry. You're either born a boy or a girl. That's it. It's pretty simple. Right? We need to talk strong about this. If we're trying to appease somebody with a conversation, we're literally playing into their warhouse.
Thank you.
And we cannot do this. This is God's world, not theirs.
Thank you, Daniel.
How do we prevent this, or what would we do with the courts? This is the dumbest thing that I cannot believe that we're having to endure this. Why? I'm going to use the laws. Okay? It's one of the things I love to do. I go back to the Declaration of Independence. Under the laws of nature and of nature's God. That means of nature, do our XX, XY chromosomes done? There you go. So the courts in California try to utilize, I think it's like section 3011. Under general welfare, when a child is brought into their jurisdiction for mental health, under transgenderism, of whether or not they want to engage in identity, fluidity, and so on. No. It's irrelevant because of the laws of nature and of nature's God, which is what our Declaration is the foundation to the Articles of Confederation that turned into the Constitution of the United States. So when we have these laws that our judges are engaging upon, it's called Marxism. Right? If you read anything about Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, they wrote the Communist Manifesto. They also wrote the Pillars of Abolition, which was the separation of family. And this is one of the best things that you can do to separate families, is to try to convince a child or a minor, like our state likes to define and separate minor, child, and so on by different age groups, so that they can divide a family in saying that a child has the right to their own medical records. No, you don't. But a minor can affirm with an adult if they're 10 years apart to have sex with adults. Right. If you're 14 and you have sex and you decide to, you consent to a 24-year-old, that's okay. That adult doesn't have to register as a sex offender. Nonsense. So under my administration, if a law is repugnant to the supreme law of the land, it's null and void. That's how we're going to reform California's, our judges. We're going to reform our judicial branch is to ensure that these kind of laws are removed and stricken from the book.
God has given us our constitutional right and also the right He's bestowed upon us to be parents to our children. So why is it that the judges in the courts and family courts are taking our children, making decisions for our children, that it's not what we want for our children? God has given us the ability to parent our children, and the courts have taken that away from us. The 14th Amendment has given us that right. However, these judges want to transition our children. They want to abuse our children. My son had lifelong medical complications as a result of the medical abuse he endured because a judge said that was in the best interest of the child. What? So again, we have the right to parent our children and to ensure that their health and safety. That's what I do on a daily basis for my students, and I've done over the last 23 years as a teacher, counselor, and school principal. I will do everything to end judicial immunity. It's absolutely
Thank you, Lucy. Okay, we're starting to run out of time, though. I would like to open up for a few questions from the audience. Oh, Elaine, do you have...
Just really quickly about
Sure.
this topic. California has 5, let's see, let me get this right. We have 5,700 K through 12 schools. And our students cost on an average of $29,000 per student per year for all of our students that we have. And if you look into some of the other states that have choices for schools that include vouchers, vouchers cost about $17,000 a year. And that goes directly to the family to school child. And I'm going to advocate, as governor, for voucher school system changes for one reason and one reason only. Because that money can be used any way you want, including homeschooling or in a group school in a neighborhood. To take our kids out of a system that is failing. We spend $149 billion a year educating kids in California alone. And only $54 million of that actually goes to the teachers. So just think about what's actually happening.
Thank you. Okay, just we can answer a few quick questions. Let me come out here with the microphone. You want to go ahead?
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, this system. Wow. Okay. Yeah, if the system is set up this way intentionally, that whether it's the judicial branch, the executive, just the entire government, and the way things are running through CPS and foster care, how can you go in and reform something that is set up perfectly? Because their racket is running great, because everybody in place, it's incestuous or nepotism, right? That they have to have that the way it is so they can continue, because it's child trafficking or human trafficking that is actually taking place. And things like ASFA, where the Clintons brought this forward, they're human traffickers, child traffickers. So when these things and these systems are built this way, how do you change that if it's working perfectly?
It's not working perfectly.
For them, it is. It works great for them. No, of course not. And it's all inverted.
I'll go
Yeah.
first on this one.
Yes.
Okay, so as a veteran, I flew. In the Navy, we used to do a lot of missions down on the border. And as a Black Knight, we would train at night. And so a lot of times we would find dead bodies in rocky terrains. They were all ages, children, adults, looked like grandparents. They would have bags of cash, on them. And these people that they were bringing across the border, we discovered later on, were people who were being trafficked. Something like children who weren't cooperating, they throw them off the cliff. People who were not really the parents at times, those or were the parents were killed, and the children then were brought into our state for forms of trafficking. And what a lot of people don't know is we spend so much time trying to prevent trafficking coming into our state that we forget about closing the border on the way out. And so one of the things to cut them off at the knees is to ensure inspections that are across the boards when it comes to our shipping containers, our southern and our northern borders, as well as where our airports are at, which is also another source of where things are brought in and where things are then let out. And we never go through that process. It's always in, but it's never out. And that is because our state takes our children through the courts and through some of these agencies that then take children who are part of lesser homes who can't afford the courts, and they put them into the foster care or these other agencies, and then that child suddenly goes gone or was abused or then somehow eventually just disappears altogether. And this is one of the things that a governor can do to change that structure so that not only are we going to prevent them from coming in, but also from going out across the board and all levels.
Thank you.
I love this question. It's much needed. I actually wrote a documentary, produced it, directed, called Cages on this exact situation. Millions of views. Not trying to popularize it, but it's important because I dug in so deep. And it was painful, and I had to cleanse myself every night after working on this because of what I found out. It is a machine. It is absolutely a system. It's the third largest economy in the world that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about it. It's a 95% profit margin business, and it is a business to them, right? The children are a commodity. When crossing the border, yes, Daniel's right, but guess what? The high-value targets, and I've been on the border, high-value targets are not going over the border, they're going under the border. Okay? That's women and children.
Amen.
Right? So, let me give you an anecdote what happened in Orange County during COVID. Did anybody notice, well, real quick, in Orange County, there were, I believe, 5 board of supervisors that were illegally elected. 5 of them. So they were completely controlled. What happened, though, is during COVID, they tried to pass the first state vaccine passport initiative. Lee Dundas, Brian Isley, and a bunch of other people brought over 2,000 people into the Board of Supervisors, right? 1,500 of them spoke, and by the time the day ended, they took the vaccine passport off the table. Why is that important? We, the people, always win when we stand up and do something about it.
Right.
Think about it. These people are being controlled. They're being bought off. They're probably scared to death of their controllers. Yet, at that moment, they were more afraid of what they're dealing with in front of them than we, the people. Yeah. So we step up in mass and expose. As governor, we can expose this. And I will also hold a sheriff symposium the first month to reestablish and educate them on what the Constitution really means and what they're able to do in regards to this.
Thank you, Louis.
Under the hole.
Oh, under the border? There's massive tunnel systems that go under the border. We've been inspecting them for a long, long time. So when people are crying about the border, and we're like we're stopping all the trafficking over the border, the high-value targets are coming under the border. When I went to investigate it, I can tell you 95% of the people that I saw crossing the border, sitting, by the way, waiting for Border Patrol to pick them up and escort them to a facility. They couldn't wait, right? Were fighting-age males. They weren't women. And they weren't children. It's a bunch of BS if you think they're coming over the border. The high-value targets, because they're worth more, And and she asked me a question, so I'm going to follow up with this really quick, and this is very, very, very important. I can tell you that we have an American cartel, yes, and we have a bunch of other cartels. The American cartels are your Fortune 1000 companies that are helping finance this thing through realtors and attorneys. That's a fact. That is not fiction, right? Why did it get here? It got here because we started figuring out how we can make our methamphetamine in a bathtub. They started to figure out that if you reproduce Big Pharma's going to get out and kill you. They started to figure out that fentanyl actually kills their end user. So what can they do? They can trade a child 20, 30 times a day, right? And at the end, when they wear that child out, they harvest their organs live. That's what they do. Because when a cockroach runs through my kitchen, I step on it. We are cockroaches to these people. You must understand the enemy to defeat them. And it's all about science.
I have a question.
My question.
Oh, go ahead. What about the 30,000 children they found in the tunnels under LA?
We're gonna ask the question.
Oh, I looked.
My question is to Daniel. My husband and I are probably the oldest ones in this room, and we've spent a lot of time working in our life, and elderly adults are really being harmed. I worked in adult protective services. I've also worked in child protective services. I know what's happening in both of those. But my concern now is for the work that we put in and the property we own and the trust that we have already in place is now being gutted by the state of California through, I can't think of the word, Prop 19. And so I feel that is illegal to go back and retroactively take care of that, get that trust that we have. And I'd like you to address that. I know a lot of elderly people are very concerned. And a lot of Christian elderly people know that the Bible states that we are to leave an inheritance to our children.
That's a really great question, and I'm glad you asked that. Yes, you're right. So technically, trusts were designed, including living trusts and so on, were designed to ensure that you could pass down, you could pass on, you could move, whatever, without government interference to protect you from corruption from government. So when you look at what they did under Prop 19, getting into trust, one, you're correct, that's an illegal legislation. And the reason why is because it's already written in the state constitution, I think it's Article 1, Section 7, you can look at it, that the states cannot come up with a law to prevent the obligation of a contract. However, within that sentence phrase, ex post facto, meaning they can't create something to then retroactive something, and yet they did it anyway. So how did that happen? It's null and void. It doesn't exist. But because you didn't know how that works, and you don't know how trust necessarily can still negate the state government as well as the federal government, they're going to tell you otherwise. So there's other methods. I don't want to eat up too much time, but there's other methods that you can transfer wealth that avoid the courts, and of course that prevent the state from still getting into it, and of course still challenging, even under Prop 19, because it's ex post facto. So now that puts it into a stronger litigation under the Superior Court that then eventually goes to federal, because they can't do it because it's also in the United States Constitution. So, but because most elderly don't know this, and most people don't know how to fight the courts in that way, they're going to dig into your trust. They're going to take what you're going to leave by your heirs, and they're going to charge a fee thereof. It's called extortion. It doesn't work like that. Ooh. And this is why government is failing you, is because they need a new means of revenue.
That's right. One other thing, and that is that the government is after everything.
Yes.
Medical, education, the elderly, the children,
animals.
There. Yeah, and I'll end on this one. I truly believe that this is sort of our last election cycle in my personal, the second term. If we don't get it right, we're not going to. And I'm not trying to be a pessimistic individual.
All right, real quick, I have a question here in the back. Daniel, don't go too far. This question's for you. I'm asking on behalf of one of our guests asked me to ask her a question. So in regards to homelessness and the homelessness industrial complex happening in California, what do you see as a pathway to remedy that and correct that? And would you include bringing back mental institutions to bring some of the people off the streets? This is a question you wanted for Danielle. Yeah, she wanted to ask you.
That's a great question for all of you.
Okay, and you can start, and if anybody wants to answer after.
I'll start. So just so that you know, when it comes to the homelessness, it's perpetuated purposely. Again, go back to the California State Constitution. When you look at it, it talks about low-income housing. Meaning, if you don't have you're a low-income individual, they've standardized on how to handle certain areas within our cities and our counties for people who need to live. They're able to work, they just maybe don't have particular skill sets. That doesn't mean that they don't have a right, because it is a right to be able to buy a home, but they can't make it so high that you can't live, right? Put you on the street. So government has a responsibility to ensure low-income housing. When it comes to the homelessness, they perpetuate open borders also for this, because every county and every board of supervisors can claim a crisis. One of the crises is homelessness. We carry here in the state of California a body of homelessness that exceeds a lot of states' population. That's insane. And what they do is they go to the state for more monetary gain or a budget that they can, like Los Angeles just did a year and a half ago, roughly, asked for a bond of roughly $5 billion. Where'd that money go? The homeless are still there, and then what they do is they use it for pet projects. They give themselves nice, generous pay raises, and any other agency that they want to do, because again, everything's under contract. So one of the things that a governor can do, one is to prevent them to claim a crisis both at the state and federal level, because the governor oversees to ensure where that monetary money is going. It's not just that the legislature divvies it up, but the governor can ensure the execution of it. So now they're not going to be able to claim a crisis. They have to ensure that the money, like Project Roomkey, where'd the money go? Right? When we do these small houses, where'd the money go? So the governor can
30 seconds, Daniel.
And then one of the other things that we can do, I keep on No, I got you. And then lastly, I think one of the other things too is that we can ensure a memorandum of understanding to ensure that it gets placed into the California State Constitution on how to ensure how we're going to handle the homeless without utilizing state funds, but those groups that are already out there that have a tried and true status on how to handle the homelessness and get them off the street. So there's a number of things that we can keep talking about afterwards, but that's just some of them.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, just LA, 173,000 homeless people. We have 7,200 people in a civil position between NGOs, special interests, and nonprofits helping homeless people. And then we have another 800 in Alaska that are supposed to really help homeless people. That is a total of 8,000. We only have 8,200 police officers for 4 million people. The homeless people, the 173,000, get the same amount of help as all of LA. You have a 1 in 3,300% chance to get an officer to come when you call 911 in LA. We do not have enough police. We have burnt all of our cash, $24 billion. And you need 3 tables. Crazy pants, institutionalized, drugs, drug habit, and drug criminals, mandatory treatment and mandatory jail, and people down and out on no luck, job, application, child care, car. You need 3 separate tables. We have more than 25,000 beds in LA just in the VA hospital. We don't house people because it's by design. All of our middlemen are paid by the amount of homeless people that they are housing. Why in the world would you house them if every time you house one you get less money?
30 seconds.
There you go.
Good point.
There we go. There we go.
I said earlier, where the money flows, the corruption's going to follow, right? And this is what it is. So we've doubled the amount of money over the last few years to take care of homelessness, but yet it's increased by 50%, right? So it's clearly a corrupt operation. Similar to what Elaine's saying is I believe you need to section these off. First, we have to understand this. Can we rehumanize the homeless?
Yeah.
Right? Because I think immediately it's a demonization of them. And let's put them into categories. And number one, I've always said, let's make mental institutions great again.
Yeah.
Because the reality is where Reagan went wrong, and I liked a lot what he did, but where he went wrong is he didn't evaluate really what the situation was. And the situation is they thought it was inhumane because everybody was walking around on Thorazine in the halls like zombies, right? Because even if you have a mental challenge or an illness, you need to treat a person like a human and do your best to either rehabilitate them or take care of them. That's one. Another one we should do, which I think is immediately, if you're a vet or a senior, you got to go top of the list immediately.
Very good.
Exactly. Immediately.
Yeah.
So we do everything we can. And yes, we have to say, okay, now there's two types of drug addicts out there, by the way. There's drug addicts that actually want to have part of a rehab program. We have to do everything we want to help them. And there's drug addicts that want to be on the street to take drugs. Yes. That's a law issue that we need to handle. So it's actually not too hard. Let me just finish with this. You know how many empty warehouses we have throughout California? Right? Exactly. So we can put them into a triage system where they actually graduate to another level, get educated, and get off the street. We have all the ways we do it right now for 10% of what's being spent and stolen.
Thank you. Thank you, Lewis.
I could get there too, yeah. Well, again, that you would have to evaluate. He's asking about the down and out. You have to evaluate how they got there. Do they want a job? Yes. Let's absolutely put them through a program, put them in temporary housing while they're getting trained so they can get back on or off the streets and back into a home on their own. Let me just add this really quick. It's very, very important. A lot of this stuff happens to also do with the way the real estate market's been manipulated so people are priced out of the market. That's a much longer discussion that we can talk
Thank you.
Thank you, Lewis. Greta?
And that's the discussion that I'm going to take, because I'm going to take a different angle. I do agree that one of the things that is happening is right now the level of corruption. Right now, you get paid by signing in people in the system, but you never graduate those people from the system so they can become independent people, helping society, contributing to society. So that's one of the problems. We have a corrupted system in which you get paid for getting people in, but never for getting people out and making some decent contributing members of society. But the part that I want to take is about the real estate and how hot it is going. One of the things that we have to understand that here in California, what really dictates the price of food and housing is directly associated with water. One of the things that you're going to find out is California actually is not in a complete drought all the time. We have good years and bad years. We get about 200 million acre feet of water a year. We only collect 45 million acre feet. Do you know why? Because we don't have the infrastructure.
Right.
So now what happens? That controls the amount of when you go to the system and you actually apply for a permit to actually do a high density housing, you can't have it because you have to prove that you have a source of water. Well, now since we are only able to collect 45 million acre feet of water, it's very expensive and difficult to actually get this permit. So as a governor of California, what I will do is definitely start a program in which we're going to recycle water. We're going to put desalination plants and definitely create more reservoirs so we can collect a little bit more than 45 million acre feet of water. And that will solve the price with
Thank you, Greta. Okay.
We're going to give Daniel 30 seconds, and then we're going to keep it back on the family court real quick.
I just wanted to quickly apologize. And one of the part of the question was, which I don't think any of us answered, was
Daniel, please stand if we can hear you
one
better.
of the things that we didn't actually answer was hospitals are mental institutions. It was lightly touched, but we do actually have, I did the research all throughout California, we have empty wards. And those empty wards are underutilized for the homeless who have mental instability, who have drug addiction and alcoholism, and they're not being utilized, which they can. And there are a lot of traveling nurses and there are a lot of traveling doctors that can also fulfill those areas to help out the homeless, to get them off the street in immediacy without taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Daniel.
All right.
Okay, and what we're going to do now, just because it's getting late and we want to answer 2 more questions, please keep your responses to 60 seconds. Okay, 60-second responses. What do you need the Board of Supervisors like to speak on homelessness or anything like that? So we go to the next question. Are you guys okay? Girls, okay? Okay. Next question.
This is to preserve and to protect, and now it is to steal and kill, and it's called conservatorship. And I think in some states it's guardianship. Anyhow, which of you to the panel would abolish this, outlaw it, and investigate all these corrupt conservators and their attorneys?
Does anybody want that? Okay, go ahead, Elaine.
Hi.
There's courage.
I'm Elaine. I actually thought we were going to talk about conservatorships tonight. I understood it was pretty high on the list. And I'm going to my best example is the Britney Spears conservatorship. And the reason I want to bring it up is I actually know Britney. I know her dad. I know the Lou Taylor and all the people that got her there. And Britney had a drug problem, really severe drug problem. The kids were little. And she locked her kids underneath the stairs when Kevin Federline came to pick them up. And the police arrived, and Jamie was there, her dad. And Jamie talked the police into taking Britney to UCLA for a 5150 lockdown instead of going to jail for kidnapping the kids because they were legally separated and it was time to turn the kids over. So this is what started the conservatorship. Britney was then hauled into UCLA, locked into a room where she threw herself against the door. UCLA hospital said, it's Britney Spears, we're going to let her out, and let her out. She was not on a 72-hour hold, and she did not show up for court on Monday morning. And on Monday morning, Jamie was there, and all the lawyers were there, and everybody was there, and the judge said, who was in charge? Jamie said, I am. The judge said, this is your problem. And from that day forward, Jamie had Britney. And I spent a lot of time with them. Britney did not want to get out of the conservatorship for a long time because she preferred doing drugs and not taking care of her kids. And this is the vulnerability of people that have money, that have drug problems, and that are part of a machine. And every time I think about it, I think about all the places that this went wrong. And nobody was there to support this poor girl. Instead, it was all the lawyers and all of the money. The judge wasn't on her side, the attorneys weren't on her side, and in the end, her family was not on her side because there was too much money involved. And the minute that happens, you have to take somebody who's not in the conservatorship and assign it to the person.
Thank you, Elaine.
Go ahead.
I wanted to answer on that one because I do believe that being in a conservatorship, it's still part of a vulnerable community. They're part of that vulnerable community. So I definitely would have some type of investigation of what is going on and have some type of advocacy for individuals that are under conservatorship so that way they still have their rights. That's the whole thing now is like, for example, the Britney Spears situation where she had money and it was driven based on her money, stealing her money from her, taking money from her. So again, it's something that needs to change and there needs to be oversight to that problem so that way we can fix it. So I just wanted to
Okay, Adam, we have one question here.
I'm going to answer that one. I'm sorry.
You gotta be quick, Dan.
For conservatorship, a lot of people don't know that conservatorship is actually based on the honor system of the fiduciary. So whoever's assigned by the fiduciary, it's an honor system that they report any sort of misgivings, mishandlings of the consortee. If that's the case, then under the Consumer Affairs who oversees these fiduciaries, there's really no accountability in revoking their licenses. So if that's the case, This is how money laundering happens. This is how the person who actually needs the conservatory needs the fiduciary to help them out while they go through these problems. So again, you can't have an honor system that deals in millions of dollars and then expect someone to report when maybe they're engaged in some sort of criminal enterprise that judges don't really take a look at.
Yeah.
So the whole system of conservatorship needs to be revamped from the ground up. Yes.
Oh, I'm just concerned, and I just think we should get in front of it, that
Okay, so because just in the last 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, they just passed, and I kind of and I went after it, is the behavioral health, and we're talking about $8 billion, and it's very specific, like we're not deterring anything, that they are going to dump that $8 billion into conservatorship and move away from preventative, because I'm very much with you with like a residential treatment, a pathway to mainstream society. I think that's going to work. They just passed this, and moreover, they have a care court. Care court is in conservatorship. It is, and I fought, and my hill I'm going to die on is the special needs who get overlooked. So it is IDEA and ADA that I've witnessed and experienced, and I'm trying to expose, because there's a federal protections that they are diverting into these courts, district courts, outside the scope of the federal procedural safeguards. And all this is happening. So I don't know, my question is, as far as like this is happening real time and nobody's getting in front of it. Again, I'm addressing it as well as I can, but with behavioral health, with the Board of Supervisors. And when you have Megan Wagner as a probate judge, and Don Wagner issuing the contracts, and she's ordering the contracts to the third parties, and the circular wealth that doesn't get there. Or when we had, what was her fan? Judge Fan, Andrew Doe's wife, as the assistant presiding judge who regulates everything and who you go to for relief. And they's issuing those contracts. And of course, and then Spitzer's wife is the presiding judge for OAH. And so I'm wondering, well, yeah, it's just this web. And I guess my question is, what can we do? I mean, I want to get in front of it, but just because it's real time and we're really not getting in front of it, and they are going all in. That's $8 billion, and they were very explicit. It's going into conservatorship. So it's going to get worse.
Thank you.
So I'm going to address this and take this in a different direction completely, which I might add a little bit of hope here, because I know there's been a lot of doom and gloom, and I get it. I get it, because it looks very bad right now. I can tell you for sure that the Newsom administration right now and all their cronies, they're using what we call scorched earth tactics on us right now, because they know that they're out. So when an enemy starts to lose and fold back, because currently there's not an appetite for Democrats. I just did 58 counties in 30 days, and I can tell you there's not an appetite. So they know they're going down. Why is that a problem? Because now they're going scorched earth, and they're going to make it as hard on anybody that's coming in to do anything that's positive.
Right.
Just vote no on everything.
Here's the hook. Well, I'm glad you said that, but here's the problem. I am actually an expert on election reform. I can tell you I just toured and we went to interview all 58 register of voters in the last 30 days. I have a documentary that I'm going to be releasing very, very soon on this, on how the elections are stolen. If you do not think the elections are stolen, you need to pull your head out of your butt. They are absolutely stolen. 100%. We have the evidence. I've interviewed ex-CIA agents. They've told me how it's done. I have the top forensic scientists and mathematicians on this. I have all the evidence. I've seen the inside of the machines in the software where somebody can flip the vote by a touch of 2 buttons. Okay? I literally had an assistant ROV tell me, pulled me aside, and he goes, Louis, if they're telling you that we can't hack the system, they're lying to you. This was somebody that's actually in the system right now. Okay? So now that we cleared that, here's the good news.
Thank you.
If there's election fraud, it's law that fraud vitiates everything. Think about this. Now, why does that matter? Because if fraud vitiates everything, now we can start to reset back as long as we can prove it. Very, very, very important that we do this, because guess what? That supermajority, goodbye. Right? It's all gone. It's going to be a hard fight, folks, but this is where you have to stand up, and anybody that thinks it doesn't exist, you need to re-educate them, because I will die on this hill showing everybody that election fraud is real, and this is how we got here today. Fraud vitiates everything, and that's the hope that we do have.
Lucy, go ahead. Lucy would like to answer. Go ahead.
Your question about the web, in Orange County. So the Board of Supervisors are married to between the DA and the probate judges, and they're all interconnected. And this has been such a challenge because so many of us have spoken in front of the Board of Supervisors. We've actually contacted the DA's office. We've gone to probate court, and we're trying to go over and above these institutions. The Board of Supervisors has just paid out, I believe, $18 million to Todd Spitzer for the sexual harassment lawsuits. So they are obviously covering up. And so all of this money, taxpayer money that could be going to the elderly, to the children, are being spent on corruption and violating the Constitution and, harming other individuals. And this is just so tragic at this point. Being an educator, I have spent my entire life protecting children. I could not protect my son, and that's a travesty of my situation as a teacher, as a school principal, as a mandated reporter. The people in court did not do their due diligence as mandated reporters. They basically allowed my son to be abused. So by this token, that's why Kimberly and I are running. We want to make a difference. We want to be those change agents, for individuals like yourself and for us, because we've been there and we know what it's like to not be heard. And just on one more thing, we've contacted Department of Consumer Affairs. We've had to go above. We've also done FBI reports, DOJ reports, contacted the grand jury. No one is listening. The only response we received was from DCA, Department of Consumer Affairs, and they said, oh, you need to go back to the DA's office and ask them. Well, then we called the DA's office and they said, oh no, you got to go back to DCA and ask them for a report. And they said, well, we can't start a report until the DA's office gives us permission. So there's no accountability, no transparency, and the law and the laws are not being enforced. Constitution, we're denied due process. It's just absolutely absurd.
30 seconds.
So hopefully that answered your question, but we're doing everything we can, and we hope to be those change agents.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you said that. I am not connected to anyone in Orange County, okay? I'm going in and I'm doing a job. I'm not making any friends, and I'm working for the public, okay? So I don't owe any allegiance to anybody in that office but the public, and I will hold them accountable. People in power, I'll hold them accountable.
Thank you, Kim. All right, folks, it's getting late. We're going to just do a closing. Would you like to speak? Okay, we're going to do a 1 minute just closing speech or anything, any message you would like to give to the people. Thank you. We'll start here with you, Kim.
Oh my gosh, everyone. I just want you guys to get out and vote June 2nd, please, because this is the time where change is needed. Like you were saying, if it doesn't change now, it's not going to change, okay? So we need to all pull together, whoever you guys could get out to, let them know, vote, because your voice matters, and this is the time. If you guys want to see change, you guys have to get up and get out and vote. But please, vote Kimberly Davis, 2nd District seat, because I am your change agent. I will make change, and I'm telling you guys, I'm honest, and I'm leader with integrity, and when I say I'm going to do something, I do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Davis. Thank you. Elaine Kolati.
Thank you very much for doing this. Thank you very much for doing this, and thank you for sharing your stories about your children, because that's just a lot. I want to say something about voting. After June 2nd, it's kind of over. If you don't vote in the primary, only about 7 million people in California vote in the primary. 11 million vote in the general. So, and it's too late. You got to vote and vote no on anything that Gavin Newsom is proposing. Yes on voter ID. Yes on voter ID. Voter ID is great. I really believe in voter ID. And I am running. You do not vote for a Democrat. It doesn't matter even if you like them. Do not do it because the Democrats have a 60% stronghold in the state. We'd like to see change there. It doesn't matter. Vote for anybody but a Democrat. If you do have a Republican you like, there is a chance. But the best chance we have is to take as many votes as we can away from the Democrats so it's a fairer race.
Thank you. And Chris,
What I'm going to say is that don't only get out there and vote. Go and observe the election. Go and be part of the observation team. Be out there. Make sure that the votes are going where they are supposed to be. So, and the next part is remember my name. Remember, hire somebody with a skill set. We had an engineer in California in 1917. He did a really good job. He really fixed the root cause problems of our state. So please remember Greta Solorzano for governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Louis Herms.
You know what I love about this panel? You don't have a bunch of people blowing smoke up your vehicle. I'm calling it sunshine, right? So that's beautiful, and these are the type of people that we need to put in office, right? Somebody that really wants to fight for we the people. That's all that should matter. Is it for the we the people or is it not for we the people, right? Something that I would do after we would have 7 children with my beautiful wife, and it's a blended family, but at the end of the night, when I sit down and pray with them, the last thing we'd say after the prayer is I go, okay, double LWI. And they'd say, what? Okay, they got it after a while. What is that? Live life with integrity.
Yeah.
Right? This is what we can do. I'm not speaking for myself because I believe this panel has integrity, right? We need to live life with integrity. But we also have to understand one thing, and I'll leave you with this. We've been manipulated at every possible level you can think of. That's right. Even Christians have been manipulated, not from the Bible, but from the interpretation of the Bible.
Right.
There's something in there called Matthew 5:5. The meek shall inherit the earth. Right? We've been taught that through a lot of corporate churches that meek means docile, weak. Just don't stand up, just pray. No. Even lied to. It doesn't mean. If you go back to the origins of meek, it's somebody that's willing to stand up and fight for those that cannot fight for themselves. That's what meek is. Imagine if we were taught that. When we saw that, we would go, I'm standing up. I can tell you that the Christian vote is, they're lucky to get 20% out. Think about that.
Right.
This is not an indictment on Christians. It's an indictment on the way we've been manipulated at every level. So we, the people, can absolutely 100% make the difference, but we have to scream from the mountaintop. And don't ever think your voice doesn't matter, because that ripple will affect tens of thousands and you don't even know it. Put your faith in God. He's already won this, but we do the work, and we, the people, will reap the harvest.
Thank you, Louis.
I'm going to take just a minute. It's been 7 years, and throughout the process, California's always been my home. I was born here. I was raised here. I swore into the military here. It's where I met my wife. I'm raising my 3 beautiful children. And I spent 8 years defending my country, coming back and asking nothing in return. And I spent 7 years campaigning all over the state of California. I've asked nothing in return. And I asked people, do you trust the mainstream media? Raise your hand. Nobody. Then why would you trust the mainstream media to tell you which candidates you should vote for when they only tell you there's 6 or 8? They're the establishment pick. And when they tell you don't split the vote, they're telling you not to look at the other 61 candidates that they held from you. They don't want you to know that there's choice and that you have options. Right. And I've been at this for this long. With my book, I've given out over 1,500 free copies on my dime. My campaign team gets upset with me when I do that.
Yeah.
But it's not about the money, it's about winning our state back.
That's right.
But
Amen.
myself, every other candidate, can't do it without you. But for me, I've had a lot of people ask me, Daniel, if you don't win, will you continue on fighting for the state? My answer is no. My daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. She's now in remission because of the state didn't want to clean up the radiation where I live. I didn't know about until later on from an activist group. Thank God for them. My daughter, my youngest daughter, unfortunately was choking, and she coded on the table, which a lot of people don't know about, and almost lost her from a basic procedure from a hospital that doesn't really promote and educate or graduates exceptional students anymore. It's all DEI. And had I not had a senior doctor on that, my daughter would have died about 6 months ago. And my son has endured everything that his father has gone, and in part, I've almost forgot about him. And my wife, she almost died too. She breathed in some poison a few months ago and was hospitalized as well. And throughout all of this, I have stayed true with my family. We prayed together and we agreed that I was going to continue on in this fight. I have been as far as Siskiyou, as down south to San Diego, and everywhere in between. And most of my campaign team has been there with me, and I have over 80 interviews. Win or lose, I don't regret it. I love California. I love the people of this state. They are wonderful fighters. And I know that without me, I know there's going to be younger generations that are going to come on. I'm going to pass that baton on to them. But for me, this is my last race. And I hope to all of you, you take the information that I've given and that you study. Because without that, right, what does God say? Study and show yourself approved.
Right.
Amen.
And when people say, how do you know so much? Because I wanted to show myself approved to the people of my state. And so I hope you'll take that in and you'll vote for me. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Daniel. Lucy Gilman, Board of Supervisors, District 5.
I never had it on my bucket list to run for public office. But the past 7 years, watching my son be abused and not being able to do anything. However, I can protect the children that I am in charge of as a school principal. And I'm able to call CPS if I need to. I can call law enforcement when they're in trouble or they're abused. But I've done everything for my son. And so I'm running to ensure that my children, I have 3 children, that they know that standing up for the truth costs us everything.
Right.
It has cost me everything. Financially, my children, their health, everything. And I want them to know that you have to stand up for the truth. This is what God has required of us. And it's not easy at all. But I want to be a role model for my kids so then they know that even in those difficult times, it's important to stand up for your faith. And I also want to, as a board of supervisor, when I get into office, I want to support with discretionary funds organizations, nonprofits like this, Voices of a Heart. They are helping parents like myself who could not afford legal fees because my ex-husband makes 3 times as much as me, and I was repeatedly persecuted in court, trying to save my son from the abuse that he endured. So providing discretionary funds to organizations like Voices of a Heart, where they come alongside us an advocate or a paralegal, along families, moms, dads, that don't have the financial resources. And this is what I stand for. It's not about politics, but it's about standing side by side with other moms and other individuals going through family court, probate court, and the atrocities of this horrific epidemic that has plagued our nation. We need to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. All right, so that's going to conclude tonight. Julie, thank you so much for putting this together, all the hard work that you put into this. Thank you, Daniel Murphy's team, Louis Herb's team, Elaine Pilati, Greta, Kim, thank you so much. Lucy, thank you for making this such a great event. God bless you guys, and please get home safe.
Thank you.
mother was a 3-year super treats it would be I just heard my son said it's so
What's up?
How you doing?
How are you?
Still on, so.
Nice to see you. So cool to see you.
That speech was very heartbreaking. He was not have that kind of he used to not have that kind of thinking because he's doubting, you know.
I heard you are making it, Mom. Well, congratulations. He's beautiful. He's a great guy.
That's the pattern. Always see the pattern.
I'm worried because your jacket. She's a
They want to surveil citizens, they don't want to surveil the crime.
Lori, this is Tiana. Lori's a big advocate in conservatorship. All of it. Yeah,
Those kids are getting shit out.
Not me.
That's right.
Or like anything else in there. Like, that would be wild. That would be wild. Yeah, because I like Connor. I don't. He's sure.
back one time that I got kicked out too. Yeah. Is that the board supervisor? I mean, you were fucking 11 fucking 12. And they let go.
For whatever reason, it's not like she like is so big. It's like, I love these guys up there. She gets up there and now she's like trying to get me out of there. Like she's on top of it. You know, she's been addressed the staff times. I'm not exhausted.
Yeah, whatever.
I called her out right there and they wanted to rename it because it's sexual abuse, right? So I was like, CPS is like supposed to like reward for what they do, and like
why do that and you not turn down all the stuff, all bad stuff you did with all the gals back in the day? Well, if you guys have some going, something, let me know. I had like a car for like 3 months and received a snack. When I had that, I got the Cadillac and fucking fuel punched me out. I paid the guy with the stuff. And then his dad fell, had a brand new guy, his mom had a stroke, she went home. So it's like, you know, sometimes they're just jumping out and do something else at some point. It's like,
well, there's that same
I know you guys, you had a big one. You had a big one down there, but it was
I know, so there's those are the one you have.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I'll shoot my course on that. Okay, man, you got to follow me, right? It's just gonna spunk and all. But it's just How long ago? Down south?
And so he was like, because I worded it in a way that I said, I would like to talk to you about child trafficking. What your brother is and what you're doing. And he's like,
he's a judge, right? He's a judge, right? Oh, I heard bad things about him.
But he was like, and it was like, I was like, Venezuela.
Oh my God.
And then it was like, the lady was like, Audrey, can you allow him to take pictures of the day? No, like that's okay. So I had
he made up too much out of me. That's and he committed to be wait. Right. He committed to do something that was always oh, you're supposed to be on the whole time.
Right. And he has
I completely understand IDEA and what is going to do that. Like that's not just
and then Sasha Ryan. That's the kid who got trafficked. Who Trump is saying here second and he put the pet tape, the 10 tape in they went and got all the medical records, and then that doctor died 2 weeks once he was coming up here. But he did this point in time, and he was letting people know, and obviously they were taking the lead, since that whole and then there's Eric. It's like Stephen Davis today. I sent him something. I said, "Hey, I love you, bro. But what's up with the TPUSA, etc." And I said, "Hey, I know God's got you, this and that, but I just kind of question it a little bit. So it's just Did you see that? There's a gig Chamberlain wife. She puts out great videos, but she'll never get 68,000 views. It's Samantha who starts it. She's a guy who's got a couple acres down in Louisiana. She's just real down home. There's just like biblical stuff on like Nahana, Bar, all the stuff that she pulls from the Bible, and it just shows how people these motherfuckers are.
And they're there. It's still on.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Okay.
Picture, anybody?
Do you want to do it? She wouldn't enjoy it. One more.
Alright, well, I'm going to end this because now we're just whatever. But hope you guys enjoyed that. It's good to be talking about these things. It's very important that we do. We need to be the change that we want to see, so it's time to continue to talk about this, hold our public officials accountable for what they are doing or not doing that is encouraging this, and we need to, just really look at what's actually happening in the world around us and understand that these people, like everything that is set up, it's set up this way intentionally so that they can do what they're doing. And I guess until we realize that it's, not red versus blue, but the government versus you, then we're not going to be able to change anything. So hope everybody has a wonderful evening. Stay tuned. Not in San Diego, though I'd say stay classy, San Diego, but
trust God, not the government.
That's right. That's right. Amen. Yes, we need to be turning to our Creator. It's the only way out of this, because this is it is good versus evil, and the evil is what the government is like perpetrating upon the people, and it's worldwide. So it's we're leading into some really interesting times, as these are the days of Noah. So anyway, God bless you guys. I'm Audra Morgan, I the Storm, and I will see you again soon. Bye. Nice. I don't even know if I can. Is that the level? Was that level? Like, can you see my face?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it like all?
Do you want to do one more little send off just to have a couple, or no?
No, I mean,
I think you hit it.
I just wanted to see what it looked like.
If anything, hope you're slanted to the right.
I know, right?
You don't want to be slanted